Hello guys, how are you doing? So in this course you'll learn how to build full stack web application using Next.js, which is a React framework. We will also use TypeScript and MongoDB, and it's going to be a full stack application all built using just Next.js. All right, so this is an incredible project. This is AI powered blog ad automation platform. All right, so still blogs, they are one of the most popular topic for every businesses. Whenever they have a website, the first thing they want to focus is blogs, because that's what drives traffic. That's what if done properly with proper search engine optimization, that's what drives traffic, and traffic means more business, right? So for almost anything on the web, SEO is the most important for any type of businesses. All right, so blogs are still relevant as they were relevant a year ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and so on. Nothing has changed. Even with the revolution of AI, with ChatGPT and other powerful AIs, the blogs are still there. The Google search is still there, and these are the most important things any businesses need, right? So that's why I have created this application. It's a real world application with real world use case. All right, so we all want to write incredibly powerful SEO optimized blog applications, but we don't want to spend hours, days, trying to figure out what to write. First of all, it's hard to come up with the topic. Then you find it difficult to choose the heading, and then you find it even more difficult to write the content, the proper SEO optimized content. That can take several days. Even using ChatGPT and other AI tools, still it's quite a lot of work, right? So this application makes everything simple with just a few clicks, and you have SEO blogs ready to publish. All right, so it's incredibly simple and easy for anyone to get started in absolutely no time. All right, so we have this this is the application, this is the landing page. We got this beautiful theming as well, so light and dark. So this is the light theme. All right, so this one has the blog automation page where users can go and start generating blogs with the AI just in a few seconds. Even if they have no idea what to write about, they not even sure about the categories or titles or anything, don't worry, we take care of that. So that's the incredible feature of this application. Besides, we have so many other technologies, very useful technologies that can be useful in this application and any other applications, right? For example, searching, the SEO optimized blog space. There's also a ticketing system for support. All right, so let's explore this application. So first of all, you see that we got this call to action button. When they click, you have to log in. So we will build our own custom login system. Instead of relying on other third-party services like Clerk, we're going to build ourselves. It's not that difficult, and you own your user data. You don't have to rely on anyone else, right? So we will use JWT with cookies to build this incredible login system. All right, so once the user login, they can access. So we have the admin dashboard as well. And here we see we're displaying the blogs. We got this beautiful pagination as well. You see that? Okay. And each blogs, they're beautiful. We got this the breadcrumbs as well on top, and we got the beautiful image for each blog. We got the blog title. We got all this metadata about the blogs. User can like and unlike. For that, we have to log in. All right. And this is entirely written by AI in a few seconds. It's incredible. And there's a user profile as well. All right, so let's go ahead and log in and give it a try. All right, the user is logged in and we are here. Once the user is logged in, they will see this link. They can go to the dashboard. They can go update the profile. All right, so they can update the profile. They can change the basic information. They can enter the website, about, they can update the username. This is a unique username, right? So each time the user logins, we give them a unique username. They can change this. For example, if you have a business, you can just name it to your business, and then you get your own username based URL. That's great. And then there's a password update as well. So all this here, and they can access this from the dashboard also. In the dashboard, you see they have the blog management, profile management, liked blogs. So if you go to the blogs management, you see these are the blogs created by this user. Okay, they all belong to this user. So here I noticed that there's a space. Sometimes you see, if you creating a blog for your particular business, obviously you want to enter that. So let's say announce. Okay, so let's say I make some edit here, submit. Okay, so edit has been updated. You see that the blog's there. Okay, now you see it has been updated. All right, so let's try some other blogs. So you see here they are really well written, entirely by the AI. All right, so and they get the unique profile link as well here based on the username. So you see that, so they get the unique name based URL. All right, so for example, you see user can go, they get their, they can click here. This is the public profile page, and this is what they get. So let's say user want to update the username, unique username. So let's say if I choose the existing one, we have all the validation as well. This is already taken. So let's try something different. Okay, so we get that. And now let me go to the blogs. Let me go to that, the users blogs, for example, this one. All right, and then down here you see that, and if you click here, you see the user gets that. So once this user takes, anyone else cannot take this. This is unique. All right, so that's a great thing. We have highlighted that here as well. Get your unique URL and start blogging. All right, so let's go ahead and give it a try. So let's say you want to start writing, blogs, automate. So you have to enter the category name, but if you're not sure what to write about, don't worry, just click on this one and AI will take care of that. AI will suggest you a bunch of these different topics. You choose one. Let's say gaming. All right, and then title, you can enter your own title, but if you're not sure, just ask the AI and that will help you on that one as well. So it suggests 3 titles, so you can choose one of them. Let's say maybe this one. All right, and then generate content. Of course you can write, it's a rich text editor with all these options, but I'm sure you don't want to write, so let's ask AI to generate the content. And this is the final prompt that was sent to the AI. Now this is a bit more advanced use case. If you want more control, you can always update that as well. We don't have to worry about that. And you see, beautiful SEO blog. You see we have the multiple headings. See, we got the heads too, we got the paragraph, unordered list items, extremely important for SEO. All right, and then there's the summary section as well. So these little things, if you want greater control, you can always edit the final prompt if you want even more control. All right, so you see, absolutely amazing article is generated. We can get the image as well. Okay, that looks pretty good. Otherwise you can just click and try another one, but I think that's pretty good. Okay, let's save, submit. Okay, blog has been posted. So let's go check it out. Go to the blogs, and there we have it. In few seconds we have this incredible blog ready. You can like. Okay, beautiful. See that, multiple headings, beautiful bullet points, summary, absolutely amazing. All right, so if I go here to my dashboard, that's a blog management. You can just update the blogs. You can go to the like blogs, and you see the blog that you just liked, it is here. All right, so if you have more likes, more blogs, you can see how many blogs. Dashboard, you can see how many posts you have, how many are published, unpublished. You can have a look at all of that. So those rights are reserved by the admin. Admin can unpublish. And then let's log out. There is also option forgot password. If you forgot password or anything else, so this is basically down here. There's a link on the footer as well here, support. So user can click on that, enter the email, and then they can pick any of these options, write a message and submit, and that will be received by the admin. For example, let's say this must be valid. This user must have previously registered into our application. So even if they forgot the password, they can just send this. So let's say forgot password. All right, so let's say forgot. Okay, that's right. Ticket open. Keep an eye on your dashboard or email for updates. So if they forgot the password, they can't obviously access the dashboard. So admin can send the email that okay, this is your new password. Just go ahead and log in. And of course, for multiple different types of tickets, there can be different type of reply. For example, someone might be sending a message about this one. And then admin can reply, and they can that's how they can communicate as well. So let's also try login as admin. All right, so I'm logged in as admin. As soon as the admin logs in, they will see this new link, and admin can also manage the blogs. So they have the right to edit, publish, unpublish. For example, if I unpublish, that will not be published anymore. If you go here, you see that that's not there anymore. Okay, so you have that right. You can edit, make some changes as well if you want to as an admin. You can delete as well. You can manage the users. You can see all the users profile. Go to the tickets, and here you will see all the users that have opened the ticket. So this is the one, the latest one. Just open the ticket. Now you can reply. Directly email to them, or just if it is resolved, you can just close the ticket. All right, you see total ticket 6, 2 open, 4 closed. All right, so if you are interested in building this incredible blog automation platform that has a real world use case, and you learn how to build a full stack application using Next.js, React, MongoDB, TypeScript, and integrate AI to build such futuristic next level applications, join me in this course and we can go ahead and have a great time together. I'll see you inside the course. All right, let's go ahead and start building this application from scratch, the AI powered blog automation. Right, so I have my terminal here opened up. So I'm going to go to this folder that I have, Udemy. Here I'm going to create this project. So let's run this command, npx create next app latest. What is your project name? We can call it AI blog automation. Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. ESLint? No. Tailwind? Yes. Source directory? No. App router? Yes. Turbo pack? No, because I'm not sure, it gives me sometimes issues. So let's just go with the regular one. Import alias? No, we don't have to make any changes. Let's wait a while it's installing. All right, it is done. Let's open up in VS Code. So cd AI blog automation. You can just you can click and drag as well, whichever you like to open up. All right, so we got the project here. All right, let's start this up. Now you can use the built-in terminal if you want to. It's nice and easy. npm run dev. Let me close this for now, and let's visit localhost 3000, and there we have our fresh Next.js project. All right, so first of all, let's make some changes here on the home page so that we can get started. So go to the app page, and here let's get rid of everything, and let's call it home page. All right, so we got the home page. Beautiful. Now that we have the Next.js project set up, let's also set up a SAT-CN, because that's the UI library we're going to use. That will make our life a lot easier. So let's go ahead and set that up. For that, you want to go to SAT-CN UI, install, click Next.js, and this is all we have to do. SAT-CN at latest init. All right, let me actually open another terminal, paste that here. All right, choose the default one, default, yes, use force. That's because we got the latest React version. All right, that looks good. Perfect. Okay, so we got that. What you want to do is go to globals. Okay, so you see we got all this thanks to SAT-CN. What you want to do is give it a try. So let's try using few components. Now they got all these components. Let's start with the button. All right, so you can always search here, for example, button. How would you use that? This is the command you have to run. Every time you have to run npx SAT-CN at latest, add, and the name. All right, so let's copy that and let's run that here. All right, now let's see how that works. So we have to import a button. Now the way SAT-CN works is it's a little different than other npm packages, because when you install, when you add any of these components, that is added directly into your components folder, components UI, and you see that button. That's how it is added. All right, that's really nice. So you basically import from the components anything you add from SAT-CN. So you can use @/component. So it will go to the root directory, go to UI, and then import button. All right, make sure it's all lowercase because that's what they use. Okay, so we import that button, and we can now give that a try. Let's just say login. All right, for now. Okay, let's have a look at the button, and you see we got that button here. Beautiful, right? So that's from SAT-CN, and because we have the tailwind as well, so we can try tailwind class names. For example, let's try to center it. Flex, justify center, items center, hide screen. If you do that, you see it's perfectly centered here. Let's also add this theme toggle, light and dark theme, because that's really easy to use with SAT-CN. All right, so let's give that a try as well, because light theme, they're very popular these days. Almost everyone wants to have that in their website, so let's add that. Let's source here in the documentation. Sorry, dark mode Next.js. So we start by installing Next themes. Just copy that. All right, then we have to create a provider. All right, so we can just copy this code, so we can put that inside components folder. It's basically a provider, right? So we come back here, go to components, create a new file. Let's call it mode toggle.tsx. I'm using lowercase because with setcn they use lowercase, so just to be consistent, and even all the pages, they are lowercase, so that's why we're using it. And let's paste that, whatever you got from the documentation here, paste that. That's our provider. Now we have to wrap our layout with that provider. All right, so we have to import that provider and wrap our children in the layout. So let's do that. So we're going to import this one in layout. All right, so let's use that. Components, theme. No, I think we should call it theme provider, sorry, not mode toggle. Theme provider. All right. And then we just grab that bit, and you see the children props. Basically the entire application get this layout, right? So here we just theme provider inside body. Okay, so we got that, and we put children here and just get removed from there. Perfect. Now we also want to add this suppress hydration warning in our HTML. All right, beautiful. So once you do that, we will be ready to use light and dark mode. Now before we start using that, we want to have some kind of a toggle, something like this, so that we can allow the users to choose the theme. By default it will be dark, I'm pretty sure, because if you go here, give it a try. Actually no, it's not. Okay, so what you want to do is create the theme toggle button. For that, again, we can go inside components, create a new file, mode toggle.tsx, and for that also they have provided the code, so you can just grab the code. So it basically has the drop down menu component, which is a sidechain component that is used to show the drop down, and inside the drop down you have these options. All right, so let's grab this, and for this to work we have to make sure to add the drop down menu component as well. All right, so let's go here, paste that, and you see we get that warning. That's because we don't have that, so let's insert that. It's a sidechain component. npx sidechain add latest add drop down menu. By the way, if you can always go to the documentation if you're not sure what to type to install the component. All right, that's done. Now we got that as well, so we can give it a try. Now before we give it a try, we should create a navigation, right? We need the navigation because we want to put that theme toggle in the navigation bar somewhere here. And now I also see the theme is dark. It's working by default. All right, let's create a navigation. So here, let's create a new component. Inside components, create a new folder, nav. Inside here, let's call it top nav. All right, so actually, yeah, let's make it all lowercase. That's to keep everything same. All right, but you need to make sure the component name is starting with a capital letter. That's a requirement. Otherwise, when you run the build, it will fail. All right, so we got the navigation. Now let's import that mode toggle. Import mode toggle from components nav. We just left it outside. Okay, that's fine. And probably this is not a default export. Mode toggle export function. Yeah. Okay. if that's the case, we have to destructure. Okay, let's import link component as well from Next, and let's also import image. We'll use this to display the logo, right? And then let's write here. So let's use class name flex, justify between, items center, margin 2, padding, bit of a padding at the bottom, and then let's have a border as well, border 2. All right, and then here we're gonna have the links. So the first one we will use to display the logo. I'll show you where to get the logo from. Let's use href. It's a home page. It's going to be home page. Let me just write logo for now, and then let me just copy that, paste again, and another link will be for the blog automation. Blog automation. This is the core feature of this application, right? So we're going to have that here. That will be inside dashboard / blog automation, because later in the dashboard user will be able to create the AI powered blogs here, and they will also be able to update. So this is the structure we want, and this will be accessible only for the logged in users. If they're not logged in, they have to log in. All right, so let's have let's also display the mode toggle, right? So we got that theme toggle, mode toggle, and then this navigation we want to import in the layout, right? Because that's what is wrapping the entire application. So import top nav from components nav, and then we get the children props. Let's put that here on top nav. Okay, so top nav and then the children props, all the pages. So here, if you go, now you see we got the navigation, we got the blog automation. If you click, you're landed there. Of course, you don't have that page yet. This is the home page, and then we got the theme toggle. So we are in the dark mode. We can go to the light mode. Beautiful. And the system is whatever your system. It's my one is currently dark. Awesome. And we got this border as well. Now for the logo, of course you can have your own logo if you have. If not, you can use some placeholder logos. For example, I can go to let's get from flat icon. Alright, so here let's search for logo. You're doing something with the AI, so let's search AI automation. Let's see what we get. So they've got heaps of really cool these logos, these icons. We can use them as a logo, and not only icons, you can get animated icons as well. They're pretty cool. So let's choose one. Feel free to choose one. Maybe this also looks good. AI blog automation. So maybe we can use let's use some colorful so there's more you can browse, but I think I'll pick one from here. Maybe this one's pretty good. Yeah, let's just grab that. What you can do, you can copy SVG. Actually, not that. Copy PNG. Alright, so it is copied, and then you can directly paste here inside public folder. Just right click and paste. Oh, there is no paste option. What you can do, you can use shortcut Command V. Alright, paste. Okay, so we got the logo. That's image.png. Let's change the name. to logo, and then let's use that here. So here, the logo. So here we're gonna use the image. Source, that's inside public folder, so we can directly access that. Logo.png. We have to provide width and height. Width 50, height 50. Alt tag, say logo. All right, and there we have a beautiful logo. Beautiful. All right, so now we're going to work on the blog automation page. All right, so there's a lot of code here. We'll write step by step, but feel free to check out the PDF that I provided. If you want to, just have a look at the code block, maybe you may want to even copy from there. It's nice and easy. All right, so let's go and create that page. Inside app, we create a new folder, dashboard. Inside here, we create a new file. We call it blog automation tsx. All right, so here, let's start by, first of all, let's just create a component. Blog automation. We need some hooks. Use a state, use effect, use transition. Now this hook we may use, we may not. Let's see. Okay. And then from section we need a couple of components. So input. I think we don't have that, so we have to install that. We need the label as well. We need a button. We need a label. And we also need card. So import card, content, card title from component UI card. So we need to add card, input, and label. So here, npx setsin at latest add input card label. I made a typo here, let me fix that. All right. All right, that's done. We got the imports. Now let's work on the state. So here, so what we want is we want to create a blog. First of all, user need to write a category. Now, if they're lazy and they have no idea, they can't think of anything, that's all right. We're going to use AI, so they can just click on the button and that will show them maybe 20 most popular categories and they can choose one. All right? We're going to make it extremely easy for users. They don't have to write a single word to generate a SEO blog. All right, so we need the categories. So categories, set categories, use state, empty array. Let's say user don't want to write a category or they have no idea, then we're going to use AI. So AI will suggest the categories. So we need to save them in this state as well. So let's call it suggested categories. All right. Next, title. So blog needs a title. Right. Now, if user, again, first of all, we need the category. Based on the category, we need the title. Now, if user don't want to write the title by themselves, they can ask AI, and AI will suggest them three titles, and they can choose one. Okay, so when they choose one, that will be populated in the input field, and if the user want to make some changes, they can. All right. So that's how we make it incredibly easy for users. So let's say suggested titles. Suggested titles with S. Set suggested titles. All right, and then we need the content as well. So content, of course, user can write if they want to, but probably not. So we're going to use AI for that as well. And this content will be in the we'll use the rich text editor with the preview, right? So whether they're writing or AI generated, whatever that is, they will be able to edit if they want to, and they will see the live preview right next to it. And finally, image. So we're gonna have the image as well. So image also, user don't have to upload. We're gonna use image API. For example, the one we're gonna use is on Splash. They have like hundreds of thousands of images, really good quality images. So why bother, right? So we can just use them. We're gonna use the Unsplash API for that. All right, that's great. We got this data as well. Let's we need some functions. Let's also write some functions here. Maybe we just write as a placeholder with some console logs, and then later we come back and work on this. So let's say we need to generate the categories, right? To display the suggested categories, it will be coming from the AI, but for now we can just hard code some values. Const generate categories equals to set suggested categories, and for now let's just hard code some values. For example, yeah, that's pretty good. Maybe technology, health, business, science. All right, like I said, we're going to use AI for this one later. For now, we'll just leave that. And now we're getting this error string. So what are we going to do, since we're using TypeScript? Suggested categories. So here what we can say is it will be the array will be the type of string. String of array of string. Sorry, it shouldn't be inside, it should be outside. It should be here. All right, and we should do that for the titles as well. Let's do that right now. All right, that will be okay. All right, so that's that. Next, let's create another function for titles. Const generate titles equals to arrow function, set suggested titles, and just let's just write some dummy, not dummy, they're actually pretty good. So future of tech, how to stay healthy. Okay, so these are the titles. All right, so again we're going to use AI for this later, but for now this is how we're going to give it a try. And for content also, let's create another function. Const generate content arrow function, and set content. Yeah, let's use some lorem ipsum. By the way, if you don't have this plugin, you can also use this. Is generated for me automatically, but you can also lorem ipsum. You can do that. This didn't work here, but it would work here if you have that plugin, which I'll show you. You do lorem and space, press tab, and that generates this dummy text for you. All right, so for that you need to have this plugin. Let me show you that one. It's called install extensions. If you search, so let me quickly show you the plugins I'm using currently. So emoji, also you can use this. You can insert emojis here. Another one is lorem ipsum. that will help us generate dummy text. And then React ES7, 8, all this. So this one will help me generate the component when I write RFC, React functional component. All right, so let's continue here. So we got these functions. Let's create one more function for image. So const generate image equals to arrow function, and for the moment let's hard code the value. So we can use not yet on splash. What we can do is https via placeholder.com/ let's say 600. All right, okay, so we got the state, we got the needed imports, we got a couple of helper functions as well. Now next we can focus on displaying the input fields so that we can grab the user input, and we're gonna show the button as well. So on the button click, these functions will execute, and they will eventually later use AI to get all this data. All right, so we need to work on the generate book page, and I also noticed that we're getting 404. So we got these placeholder functions, we got the state, we don't. Okay, so yeah, I noticed the issue here. So inside dashboard, I'm supposed to create a folder by the name of blog automation, and this should be a page.tsx. All right, so let me quickly fix that. Let me create a folder, blog automation, and this one we move inside, and it should be called page. All right, and then now dashboard generate book. Oh, sorry, that's not the name, that's from another project. Actually, blog automation shouldn't be generate book, it should be blog automation. This is from another project. Blog automation. You're importing content that needs use state. So okay, so that means we need to make it a client component. So use client on top, and there we have it. Beautiful. All right, so we got the page. Let's work on the form, and let me actually change the theme. I think I was using WebStorm. Let's keep using this. All right, so back here, so we create a form. So inside this div, we start by creating a card. Inside card, we're gonna have the header. So card title, card header. All right, so inside card header, we're gonna have the card title. We can close that, and then for the title, let's say create a new blog post. Okay, perfect. So for this card, I want to give it a class name, give it a full width full, maximum width 6XL. So if the screen size is too wide, we don't want to stretch more than that. MX auto, and margin Y on Y-axis, margin of 5. All right, so after the header, card content. All right, so inside the content, we're gonna have the input field for the category. So they can either write the category, or they can just click the button and get the suggested categories. If they're too lazy to write a category, or they have absolutely no idea what to write about, we're gonna help them. So inside card content, we create a div. This one also we give it a class name. This one space Y6 So this div also will have a class name space beautiful space 2. Okay, and then here I create a label. We can use the label from Satien. Let's say, yeah, we got that. Okay, label. All right, so here this one HTML4, and this one will be for category. We write category, and then we create input. So I'm going to put it inside a div, because on the the page, first half we saw the input, and then the second half we saw a button. So they can either write in the input field, or they can just click on the button. So we split the page like this. So the first, on the left we're gonna have an input field, and on the right we're gonna have a button if they want to generate the categories using AI. So here div class name, we're gonna use flex, and gap 2. Alright, so here input ID, we give it category, and then the value will be category. From the state, let's make sure we have that. Categories, this should be a category, not categories, singular. Okay, category. All right, so here the value is category. On change, so when user type, we grab the event and we set category with the value event target value. And we got TypeScript error. Let's go to the state. Oh, sorry, yeah, that's obvious. It should be a string. All right, so we got that. Placeholder text, we can say enter category name, class name flex1. All right, and we're gonna also have a button. Button on click, we're gonna execute that function, generate categories. All right, and then this button we can give a variant outline, class name flex1, and then here let's write get categories suggestions from AI. Also notice, let's fix this, let's make it nice. Create a new blog post. All right, so we got the input and button for category. Let's have a look. Beautiful, yeah. So they split on click, we're going to generate and display them here, or your user can just type the category. Beautiful. Let's also show that generate button. So after that div, let's create another one. Give it a class name of flex wrap gap 2. So we're going to show all the generated categories in a button, right? So suggested categories, if we're going to map through them. Suggested categories dot map, we map through each category. So we got the arrow function here. All right, so The arrow function is returning the label. Actually, I don't want to use label. Let's use button. We give a unique key that can be category, class name. Instead of class name, I'm actually going to use the variant. Let's change that. Variant. All right. So I'm going to check if category. Let's just call it C. Okay? So because we already got the category in the state, so let's call it C for each category. So if category match, or we can actually leave it. So category in the state, if that match with one of these category, then we're gonna show that as default. Use the default variant. Otherwise, we show outline. So this is to make sure that when user clicks in one of these, it will be in the state as well. So this one of these, and then the one in the state, they will be same, right? So when that's the case, we show a default variant. Otherwise, we show outline. That way, when they click, it will look different. All right. Okay, so we got that input, we got the button, we map through them. So let's have a look here. So I clicked, that's why you see these are appear here, because we hard coded them in that generate categories. When the function executes, we are populating that in the state. Now, of course, this one will be given to us by AI, but for the moment, we're just hard coding to see how it works. But that's how it works. Now, if you reload, you can try it again. So you can just enter the name, or you can just ask AI. Just click, and we're gonna display them the categories, and they can simply click on one. For example, if I click business, okay, so when it is click, it should look different. It's not. So let's see what went wrong. So we match through the suggested categories. If that match variant, oh, that's because we forgot to write on click. So on click, because it's not putting in the state. So on click, use the arrow function, set category, and one of these category, when they click, we put in the state. That way they will be same, and if that's same, it will look different. So if I click now, you see that looks has the default the look, the default variant. You see that? Nice. And this also populates here. All right, so that looks good. It looks good on the light mode as well. The next field we want is for the title. So again, similar to category, they can enter the title of the blog, or they can get suggestion from AI. So we get this div, card content. This is the first div. After that div, let's create another div. This one also, we give it a class name space y2, and then label, title, give it a class name, actually not class name, HTML4 title. After the label, we create a div. We use it as flex gap2, similar to what we did for categories. And then here again, input. Now, if you want to save some time, you can just grab that as well. You can just grab the input and button. Okay, let's do that. Paste here. We change that. So ID, we change that to title, value title, on change set title, even target value, enter, let's say enter your blog post title. All right, and then the button, on click, we're going to execute the function generate titles. All right, so outline, it's all that good. Get titles suggestions from AI, and then again we can map through the title. All right, so we got that button div. After that, suggested titles. We first we take suggested titles dot length is greater than 0. If we got the suggested titles, then we're gonna map through. All right, so create another div here, give it a class name of margin top 2, and then label suggested titles. Create a div, and here we're going to show the suggested titles. Now before I do that, let me apply some class names here. So the titles I want to display as grid gap 2, margin top 2, grid columns 1 in the smaller screen, and if they are medium, we can show grid columns 2, and if they are on large, grid columns 3. All right, so on large screen we show 3 titles in one line, otherwise in a medium 2 and small just 1. All right, so we map through. So suggested titles dot map takes a function, arrow function. You see here, arrow function. We get each title, so we call it T, and then we return. So here we return a button. Actually, let's not use button for this one. We just use a div, give it a unique key, a variant. No, it's not variant. We're going to use a class name here. All right, so we use a class name. On click set title, that's fine. Okay, that's all good. Let's just work on the class name. So class name, we're gonna check. So let's use curly brace backticks, and then we say justify start padding to cursor pointer, because when they hover over, we want to show the the cursor, and then we can dynamically change the background color based on if it is clicked. All right, so if title in the state match one of these title, then I want to use background, let's say black, text white, right? And in the dark mode, if we are in the dark mode, then that time it has to be background white, and in the dark the text has to be text black. Otherwise, since it's a ternary, otherwise nothing. Okay, so we're just going to apply this class name if one of these class, if they clicked, because once they click they will be in the state and they will have match one of these, right? So whichever is the clicked one, we show a different background, but otherwise we don't have to do anything. Let's also apply a border here. Border rounded medium. Okay, let's have a look. So you can of course create a title, how to learn Next.js, something like that. So you can do that, or you can just ask AI, and AI suggests some of these titles. These are hard coded for now, but they will be coming from the AI later. Okay, so we got 4 of them here. So when you click, that's how they look. On dark mode, that's how they look. Awesome. Now they're short, they don't really look like a title, but later on, obviously the titles will be a little bit longer, so they will be identical. They will look pretty good. Maybe we can do something more here. Class name, so we got that. All right, let's leave it as it is. I was thinking of maybe applying a default background, but I think it's good. Just keep it simple, because these ones, they will be longer, and once they are a bit longer, they will look good. Okay, so once you have a longer title, and that will look better. All right, so we got the title as well. Now next one is the content, right? So we work on the content, and content, we're gonna allow the user to write the content in the rich text editor. We're gonna use React Markdown, and they can just click on the button to generate the content from AI, and that will be there. So they can't write their own, but otherwise they can just ask the AI to do it, and if they want to make some changes, they can. All right, so next one for the content, let's go back here. Again, for the content, it's a similar step we have to take. So we have this div. It has the input and button and suggested, all that. We don't need the suggested part. So what you can do is you can just grab this. Actually, let's just grab these two elements, input and button, create a div. All right. So let's go back down here. Another div. So first div, we use class name, space y2, and for this one, actually we don't need 2 divs. Yeah, we just need 1. Okay. So here we start with the label. I think the second, sorry. So space y2, we got the label and we got the div, right? And div has the input and button. Let's do something similar. So let's copy that, paste here. So this one will be HTML for content. Content. We got the div. This div will have, for the content, we're not gonna have input actually. So remove that. We're just going to show the button, and underneath there will be a editor. Unless user want to type, they can type. Otherwise, they can click on this button and pre-populate that editor with the content that is generated by AI. So here on this button, I'm going to give it a class name of with full. On click generate content, variant outline, class name with full, generate content with AI. All right, and then we need the rich text editor. For that, we're going to use React Markdown editor. We're going to display that underneath this div. Okay, so we need to install that. So we got the button already. So For that one, we're gonna get that from npm react md editor. If you Google it, you will see this is the one we need. Alright, so let's copy that. You will also see the example how to use it. So let's run. Alright, while it's happening, let's go on top, import that. So we're going to import markdown editor from UIW React MD editor. Alright, so let's come down here. And then here, create a div, give it a class name of padding top 5, and then MD editor. Value content on change value. We get the value, we set that in the state as set content value or empty string. All right, now you see we got this beautiful editor here. I click that, that's why we see that, otherwise you don't see that. You can write hello, you know, you can apply the styling, it's in the markdown format. All right, but most of the time you don't have to do anything here, because we're going to use AI to generate the content, because you know, people don't want to write their own content, but of course you can make some changes. Yeah, here. Okay, that's good. So we got that field for the content as well, and if you click, that will AI will generate the content, and you see the live preview here. This is the preview and this is the editor. Finally, we need one more button to generate the image, because blog is incomplete without having a beautiful image. We're going to use Unsplash API for that. All right, so it's going to be nice and easy, very good high quality images we can just get from there. So let's work on that as well. So we got this div again. For this one, let's actually write ourselves. Okay, so create a div, give it a class name of space y2, label HTML4 image, featured image, that's what I like to call it. And then we create a div, give it a class name of flex gap2. So again, similar to how we did for title and categories, we're going to have the first half for the image preview, and then the second half for the button. Right, so here we get the flex. Here inside we have a button. Button will say generate image, class name flex1, on click generate image, we're going to call that function, variant outline. All right, so that's the button. And then we actually need one more button, because we want to submit the block, right? So we're going to save in the database once we have everything. So another button, we can put them all in the same line horizontally. All right, so once we generate the image, now we might come back and change it later for the preview. All right, but for the moment, let's keep it here. Button submit blog post. On click handle submit, class name flex1, Okay, so we don't have that. Let's go ahead and create this function as well. That will finally save the blog in the database. Const and submit. Let's just console log, right? Okay, let's give it a try. Okay, and then we have the generate image. Okay, inspect console. I can even put it on side for now. Okay, so let's just generate some categories. Let's say business. Generate some titles. Let's say the future of this. Generate the content. Okay, so we got that. Generate the image. Now once I have the image, we have the placeholder here at the moment. So once we have the image, we should actually display that as a preview, right? If we have the image, maybe we can show. So we got that div with the featured image, this div. So this is still inside this div, but after this, the button, we can put the preview image here. Or maybe it's a good idea to put on top. Featured image. Let's actually do it here. I think it makes sense. Alright, so we have to check if we have the image, then we're gonna display that. For that, we're gonna use. Let me just leave it. This image. So later we come back and change this. We can change this to the image component, but let's have a look here. So image source, which is going to be image in the state. The class name, I'm going to change the class name here. Class name, margin top, max width, full, height, auto, rounded, large. And then let's close the image also. Alright. Okay, let's go through again. So click on that, get some categories, title, generate content, generate the image. We see the image like that, and then they can finally submit the post, or they can just click to get a different one, and that looks good. Maybe we want to center the image. Let's do that. If we got the image, class name, you know what? It's we should put the image, this generate image, and this one on the same line. I think that makes sense, and we put it separately. I think that's much better. So what we do is let's move this button. Okay. So the submit button, let's take it out from here. We got this div. After that div, we can put that button. Create a div, put that here. Let's also quickly apply some class name. Space y2. Okay. So we're going to show the loading and all that, but we'll wait for that. So now we have this space here. So this space label, and then we're going to have a div here where we're going to put both the image and the button side by side. So div with the class name of flex gap 2 items center, so they're horizontally centered. And here we're gonna have the button. Let's move this. So move this button inside here, and then we can have the image. So again, move the image, put that here underneath the button. Awesome. Now we can just get rid of that. Oh, sorry. We can get rid of this. Awesome. So we got this div that shows the image and the image, generated image button and the preview, and then we finally have the submit button, right? So that looks good. Let's see what happened here. Cannot find name div. What's happening here? I don't know, it just fixed itself. Okay, it just fixed itself. I didn't do anything. Alright. I just had to save. Okay. So I guess that doesn't look really good. What we can do for the image, let's use another div here. So this div will say class name flex1. So this one also has the flex1. Okay, so this one is a flex1. Okay, so they will take now half of. Awesome. So this is how we can generate the blog. You see everything is looking great. Categories, get the titles, generate the content, generate the image, and finally submit. Once you submit, you see at the moment we have everything coming from the state. We got the category, content, image, title. Okay, so we didn't get the title. Let's see what happened here. On click title, set title. Category title. Oh, I didn't choose the title, sorry, I didn't choose it. We will have this validation as well before we submit the blog. Beautiful. We got everything. This is how we need all this data before we finally save it in the database. It's looking great. So now we have done everything here. This is how we want it to be. Now the next thing we need to do is instead of these hard-coded values, we can on click of these buttons, we actually going to call the AI. We're going to use Google's generative AI, Google's Gemini, to get the result from the AI and then populate that here. All the categories, all the suggested titles, the entire content, and we use Unsplash for getting the image, and then we're going to finally save it. Alright, so at the moment we got the form, we got the functions, they just mock functions. They're giving us this hard-coded data. So what we need to do is we need to replace this with the actual data, and for that we need AI, right? So we're going to use Google's Gemini. Using Google's generative AI, when the button is clicked, we're going to generate the categories list for the user based on the AI. And same with the titles, AI will generate the title, content, everything, right? So let's get started with Google Gemini. So you need to sign up and get the key. So Google Gemini, Google AI Studio, I guess, AI Studio. Okay, so you can go there. You can click as well Gemini API key. So you must be logged in, right? And then you go and click to get the API key. And if they ask you to create a new project, you go to console, just a second, Google Developer Console. You may not need to do this. Sometimes you just get the API key. Sometimes they ask you to choose one of the existing projects. So in that case, you go ahead and create a project and just use that. All right. So here, go here, and here you will see all your existing project, or you can just click and create a new project, right? And then that project will be visible here when you click to get the API key. For example, if I do that, you see I get this option. If I click here, it asks me to choose one of the Google Cloud project. Right, so if I select, you see I have all these existing projects, so I can choose one of them. Sometimes they auto-generate. For example, this one was auto-generated, but if not, you just choose one of the existing one. Or if you don't have any, like I said, go ahead, create one new project here, and then you will see that here. You may need to wait a minute or so, give it a refresh, and you will see that. All right, so that's how. Go ahead, create API key. Once you have the API key, you're going to put that in your env file. So let's go ahead and create one. .env.local. So here basically we need three API keys. One from the Google Gemini, so we can call that Gemini API key, right? So we need that. We also need the MongoDB connection string. You can use your local connection if you have that. If not, you can sign up to Mongo Atlas and get the connection string from there, right? Mongo Atlas. So you can go sign up and get the, just follow the prompts and get the API key, right? So if it is your first time sign up, or you can just continue with Google, right? So do that. So once you get that, you will put that here, database equals to, you can put that connection string, all right? Or if you're using a local MongoDB installation, if you have that, then you can also use that. In that case, it would be MongoDB ://localhost :27017, and then the name, for example, let's say AI blog automation Udemy. Feel free to, just choose the name you like. And we also need the Unsplash API key, right? So this API key, again, for the blogs we need image, and instead of auto-generating image with AI, which is not really accurate most of the time, it doesn't look realistic as well. So especially for the blogs, if you're concerned about SEO, you want to use genuine images, right? So Unsplash has over like 300,000 images, so you will always get the best images taken by the best photographers, right? So we're just going to use that, and it's completely free to use. So Unsplash, again, we have to get the API key from there. So you go Unsplash developers, all right? Unsplash image API. So you just go follow the so if you're not logged in, go ahead, log in, and then you will be able to create an app. For example, here you see I already have created an app. Otherwise, you just go ahead and follow the prompts, and then you will get your API keys, right? So once you get that, you're going to put that here. All right, so I'm going to pause the video. I'm going to populate these values, and I'll see you right back. All right, so at this point, you should have all those variables. So basically, we needed API key from Google's Gemini. We needed API key from MongoDB, Mongo Atlas for the database, or you use your local connection, and then API key from the Unsplash for images. All right, so in the next video, we can go ahead and start working on it. First thing we may want to do is work on this one. We ask AI to generate the categories for creating a new blog post, and then we're going to continue with the titles, suggested titles, generating the content, and then finally the image. All right, let's go ahead and work on that. So we go ahead inside, let's create a folder called actions. And here we create a new file. Let's call it Google AI.js. All right. First of all, we need to mark it as use server. Make sure you always do that, otherwise you come across issues. And then we're going to import, for example, actually first we have to install, right? So we have to install npm install at Google / Generative AI. By the way, you'll see this documentation in the Gemini page earlier I showed you, where you had to sign up to get the API keys. Alright, so import Google Generative AI from at Google / generative AI. Then we need to make sure we have the API keys, and then we can use that to create a new instance of this one. So const, let's call it Gen AI equals to new Google Generative AI, and here we have to pass the key. We can access that from process.env.google API key. So when you added the values here, you just make sure you have restarted your application, right? Just to make sure they are accessible. All right, so we got that. Now we can create a function, export async function. Let's call it generate. Let's call it generate content AI, because we can use this function to generate the categories, titles, content, anything, right? So generate content AI, and this will be receiving the prompt. What we need to do, we need to get the categories, titles, content, whatever that is. We will pass that as a prompt here. All right, and then we have to first create a model that would be Gen AI dot get generative model. All right, and the value will be model Gemini -1.5 flash. All right, so this is again based on the documentation. Just make sure in future it may change, right? You can again just go to the one I showed you before. Here you can create a prompt or get code. You just click here and you have all this data right here. Okay, all the example code is right here. Actually they have already released the new one, the 2.0. Let's use this. Actually let's use that. Then we can call that, so const result equals to gen await model dot generate content. So we're going to use this function. We pass the prompt and then we get the response. So const response equals to await result dot response, and then we want to get the text version of that. So const text equals to response dot text. A const clean response equals to text dot trim. The reason I'm doing this is because when we get the response, we get the JSON response. Now that response will have this format, dot dot dot, there's backticks, JSON, and then all your content you get, and then again it ends with this. Now that will be a problem. We don't want that. We want the JSON data, but not that. All right. So for that reason, I have to use this function. So we use trim, and then replace trim to avoid any white spaces, and then replace. We need to replace the JSON. So I'm just going to paste that here because Actually, you can just pause the video, or you can just grab from the PDF or source code I provided, so you don't make any mistake. So basically, you see this the start and end of the regular expression, the backslash. Globally, we're applying, and then we're just getting rid of the JSON with nothing, replacing with nothing. All right. Then const, we get the parsed data now. Parsed response equals to JSON parse and that clean response, right? And then you can console log. Let's have a look here. Generated parsed response. Okay, let's do that, and then return the parsed data. All right, let's give it a try. Let's call this function to generate the categories. So here in our blog automation page, let's import that. Generate content from AI from, we import from accents Google AI. All right, and then here in our generate categories function, let's remove that, or let's just comment that out. First thing I want to do is set loading. So set loading. So we give the name. So name will be categories, and status true. Okay, so at the beginning we set the loading to true. Actually, we don't have that, so let's go ahead and use that. The reason I'm doing this, instead of just using the default true and false, I'm using the name as well. That's because we will have a lot of different process. So the first we generate categories, then we generate titles, then content, then we get the image, so on, right? So every time I want to show what is happening, the status with different description. Yeah, so it will be really nice. So let's add that in the state. So const loading, set loading equals to use state, and use state will have the name and then the status. So by default we leave it as a false. All right, so I've set it to true, and then we try. Console log the error, and we use finally as well, and then finally we set the loading back to so the categories we set it back to false. So here we call that function, so we get the categories from there. Categories equals to await generate content AI. To make it await, let's make it async. Let's see how this is returning. So it's returning the parsed response. Yeah, so the response that would be in this case it will be categories, right? So whatever response we get, we have to double check if there is an issue. Maybe we cannot destructure, but let's wait for that. So here, this is the most important one. So we have to give the prompt, the proper prompt, so that we get the categories array. So let's write a prompt. We have to write a proper prompt so that we get the proper categories array. So let's say suggest 20. So let's set the number to 20. So suggest 20 of the most important, let's say most popular and relevant categories for a blogging application. Please return the response in JSON format like this. So we give them the example as well, so that they don't make a mistake. So when we do this, we will definitely get the category, so we can destructure like this, because this is how we are saying. All right, so we want categories. Okay. Sorry. So we want the data format to be like this, object format. Inside object, the key will be categories. That's why we can destructure like that. And then the value will be like this. Yeah, we can use that. That's the format we want, so that we can map through the categories, which is array, and then display to the user. All right, so that prompt pretty good. All right, and then once we get the result, we can set suggested categories to whatever we get here. Suggested categories. Okay, so previously we were hard coding this suggested categories, but this time now we will put in the state whatever we get from the AI. All right, and that is it. Now once we get that, we will have that in the state, so we have to display them. And I think we already got that code. Let's have it. Suggested categories dot map. Yeah, so it's fine, but what we want to do is here in the input, the button, we want to change if the loading is categories, right? So first of all, we may want to disable the button. Disable while it's loading, while the loading name equals category. So let's use lowercase, right? So that's it, easy. Let's come here, name set to all lowercase. Okay, so if the loading name is categories and loading dot status, if that is true, all right, we don't have to write true because this itself is a boolean value, true or false. So if that's true, then we want to disable the button while it's loading. And also the name, just before the name we can show loading spinner. So if loading dot name equals categories and loading status is true, then we want to show, we can show the icon here, loading icon. Otherwise we can show a bot, the AI icon, looking like the icon that looks like AI. All right, so for the otherwise we just do that. All right, so let's bring two icons here. Let's remove that. So we import from Lucid React. We want to import the icon loader to icon and then bot. Okay, so if it is loading, if the loading name is category, then we use that icon. So let's say loader to icon. Otherwise we show the bot. All right, that's it. Let's give it a try. Let's give it a quick refresh. And you see we got the bot icon here. Beautiful. So get category suggestion from AI. If I click, we should get the suggestions. Okay, so I didn't see anything. We should see the loading here. Okay, so we've got some issues here. Let's see. Okay. Alright, so I made a silly mistake here. That's a typo here. Should be AI, both caps lock, and I wrote I smaller. So let's fix that. I guess it should be all caps AI, and that is it. Alright, so with that change, let's try again. Alright, now if I click, no, No, not yet. Let's see what's wrong. Oh, actually we got the categories. That's awesome. So we got the categories. So let's see why we didn't. So here, generate the categories. We get that set suggested categories. We put that in the state. We can have a look at the state. Let me just put here, right? Just for testing purpose. JSON stringify suggested categories. All right, let's see. Okay, so we got that. We got them. Oh, actually here. So we got the categories. The only issue is we didn't see that loading. All right. Let's see, because that takes a while. So maybe we didn't know how long to wait because we didn't see that loading. So that's why it's really important. So once we get that, so the first thing we still caps lock. Sorry, I thought I changed that. It should be all lowercase. All right, so that's what I'm checking. All lowercase categories, and then I'm checking. So it's here, it's all good. And then on the bottom here, we're using all lowercase check. Okay, that looks good. Let's give it a try one more time, and maybe even remove the pre. I don't think we need. Let's remove that. Okay, so let me give it a quick refresh. Get category suggestions from AI, and you see, okay, and you see we got beautiful a list of categories. Awesome. And as you click, it gets populated here. And we didn't see that loading spinner spinning. That's because I forgot to use the class name. So let's come back here and use the class name, tailwind class name animate spin. So we can use that. All right, so let's try again. All right, you see, I see that loading, and then we get that. Beautiful. Let's try again. All right, get category suggestion, and we get, and user can choose from any of these categories. All right, so we got the categories here. Now let's work on the titles. So we can, similar to categories, we can show the title suggestion. So once they select any of these categories, based on that, we can generate the three suggestions, right, using AI. So what we can do is, again, we can use the same function. We can use a generate content AI, the same function we can use just like we did here. All we need to do is pass a different prompt. So here in the state, we got the suggested titles. All right, so let's come here. Now here, so generate titles. So this time, before we generate, we need to make sure we have the categories. All right, let me comment this for now. So first we check if there is no category, then we want to send an error, show the error message toast.error, and we say please select. Let's actually do it differently. So let's say please write or select a category first. Also looks like I think we haven't installed the toast yet, this toast package. So let's do that. So we're going to use npm I react hot toast. All right, so once we install that, we can import on top, import non-entity structure toast from react hot toast. All right, now this will not work unless you have a toaster component, so you should be returning the toaster component as well. But since we're going to use toast in so many different pages, we can put that maybe in the navigation so that it is available on all the pages. So let's go here and let's import toaster. This one you have to destructure, import toaster from React.toast, and we can just put that here. So that way, because the navigation is on all the pages, so whenever you saw the toast notification, because we have the toaster, it will display. All right, so we got the toast, and here we're showing the error message if category is not selected. We also want to return immediately, so we don't proceed further, otherwise we can just start. So first we set the loading. We can give the name titles, status true, and then we try catch error, and finally we can set the loading to false with name titles. So here we have to give the prompt, and we can use the same function here. So const, so we can destructure titles equals to await generate content AI. All right, so we have to write our prompt here, and let's also make sure this is async function. So here we are destructuring the title, so we have to write the prompt properly. So what we're going to say is, let's write here, suggest 3 SEO optimized blog post titles for the category, and we give the category name that we already have in the state. The titles should be catchy, relevant, and designed to attract traffic. All right, and please return the response in JSON format like this. So we give this example as well, so just to make sure that we get the data as we need. So we have the object with the titles, so that's why we are able to destructure, and then we have the array of titles. So we got 3 titles. That's the first one, that's the second one, and so on. All right, that looks good. You can console log if you want to, and then you can populate the suggested titles in the state with that. All right, so that is it. Let's give it a try. So here, if you don't select the category and just try this, we get that toast notification, so that's beautiful. And of course you can write or just generate from here. Let's choose, what do we choose? Maybe choose education. All right, and get title suggestions. Okay, so we have to show the loading here as well, and then beautiful, we get the suggested titles. So we see 3 titles here. Beautiful, right? Absolutely amazing. As you select, you see it is populated here. Awesome, and you can change if you want. Beautiful. So let's just make sure we have the loading here as well, just like we did on the category. We can actually even copy this just to make things easier. Let's copy that and go to the titles section here. Get title suggestion from AI. Let's replace that. Title suggestions from AI. So on click generate, that would be generate titles. Generate titles. If the loading name equals titles and loading status is true, then we show that loader, otherwise we show the bot. And we're displaying that here already. Looks good. Beautiful. All right. Okay, let's try again. Let's choose a different one. Let's say food, get title suggestion, and now we have this working. Awesome. We get the title suggestion. Ultimate guide to baking bread at home. Quick and easy weekend dinners. Beautiful. Alright, so next we're going to work on this generate content function. So as you can see, we have already worked on the categories, suggested titles, and then here we got this button that says generate content with AI, and we got the editor that shows the content, right? So when this button is clicked, generate content, so that's the one we work here. So let's comment that out, and we can first, before we generate the content, we need to make sure we have the title. So we check if no title. We saw the toast notification. Please write or select a title first. All right. If we got that, then we set loading to the status true, and then the name content. So this time it's for the content, and then we try. Get any error, and then finally we set the loading to false. So if we get any error, we can console. All right, so here we try again. We're going to call that function. Let's this time also destructure content equals to generate content AI. So that's the function. Use backticks here, and then we can write multi-line prompt. All right, so here we need to make it really very detailed. So this content, of course you can play around with this, you can try changing on your own later on, but this worked for me very well, so I'm going to write that down here. And of course you can just copy it from the source code or PDF if you don't feel like writing. It's quite a lot. Generate an SEO optimized blog post on the topic, and we give the topic that's in the state topic. Okay, the post should be written in a clear, easy to understand language suitable for language suitable for broad audience. Ensure the content is human friendly and engaging while incorporating relevant SEO keywords. Please return the response in JSON format as follows. So we give the format as well, so that we get the right format. Okay, so object should have content, all right, content, and then content should have the actual content. So let's say your blog post content here. All right, and then content must be written in semantic HTML format, including multiple headings, bullet points. This is all for SEO, right? So including multiple headings, bullet points, paragraphs, etc., but excluding the doc type, because sometimes I had that issue as well. When it gives me the HTML content, it includes doc type, which we don't want. So doc type HTML head and meta sections, include summary section at the end of the content. All right, so this is always good to have when you're writing better SEO articles. It's summary at the end is really nice, but of course you can play around with these things. End of the content, but do not include keywords. So I had this issue where it added the keywords, all these keywords which we don't want. So I'm writing that here. Keywords section at the end. Okay, so that's a long description, very detailed one. Topic, don't have topic. Let's have a look. I think it's we call it category, not topic. Actually, no category. It's the title, right? Title. Okay, so we should get the content. We destructure that. We have to await, which means we have to make it async. All right, so we got that. So once we get that, we can put that in the state, the response. Set content, the content, whatever we got, and that is it. All right, now it should work. Before we give it a try, let's also make sure we have that loading thing for the button, just like we had for categories, titles. Maybe just copy this. All right, and then go down here and we just put that here, button. So I'm just going to copy this and remove that, copy that text and remove this one. Actually, let's leave for a while. The reason is I can copy some of the things here. All right, so let's replace that. The function will be generate content, and the class name we use with full, and disable when the loading name is content. We disable this one. All right, that looks good. Let's remove this now and we can give it a try. Let me make sure I have the server running. All right, server is running. Here, let's go to blog automation. And now we got this button with the full width. Now if I click, it shouldn't work. Yeah, we have to do that. So let's generate, write. We can even write, let's say, coding category, title, future of coding with the rise of AI. Generate the content based on the title. All right, now, okay, so we didn't see that loading. We have to fix that. Okay, beautiful. All right, so we got that. So we got the H1, we got the paragraph, we got really nice description. Okay, so we got some issues here that shouldn't be as part of the code. Oh, because we are generating the article. Just a second, let's have a look. Yeah, So there's a bit of a thing we have to fix. Maybe we have to modify our the prompt differently. Now if it was something different, how to create a Next.js app from scratch. All right, let's try this one. So we have to show the loading. How to create a Next.js app from scratch as a beginner's guide. Okay, so code block. Yeah, we have some discrepancies here, so we have to fix that. All right, so we get the content, it's working, but we have some issues. So we should ask the AI to make sure not to include these tags, right? We just want the HTML, not the body, article, header, those things. All right, so let's come here, and here, but excluding, we say doc type. Maybe we just use it like that. So doc type, HTML, body, head, meta, and our meta sections. So that's header. Yeah, so we should include header as well. Meta sections, and also and use code blocks as needed only. All right, so let's see how this makes a difference. So let's try. Let's continue the same title. Let's go ahead. All right, so we got the data. So we got the code blocks. We got the subheadings. We got the code blocks, summary. Okay, so it all looks good except this, the first part. Let's do it again. All right, so let's say programming, how to get started with Next.js for beginners. And let me also quickly fix that. Loading markdown editor. So if the loading name is content, we saw that. Okay, so here we have to fix this. All right, come here and let's try. Okay, we see that now. Takes a while for this. All right, so we get that now. We got the article. If we don't want the article tag, we can again include that, but otherwise it looks pretty good. Okay, creating an Next.js application, npm run dev, code block is here. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Now it's still not 100% accurate. I saw some here, it shouldn't be there. Creating, okay, this one. I think it happens when we are creating the coding programming generated categories, but because I didn't notice this issue previously, so what we can do, we can just manually make some changes to get rid of this. So here we got the UL section, UL. So we do that, and then this H3. All right, so H3. Okay, so just had to one indent, we just have to go back. That's all I need to fix. Beautiful. All right, so this is really powerful. You see, we don't have to even do anything. We can just click the buttons to get the categories, title, and even the content. Now next, let's work on this image, and then once we have that, we're ready to save our blog post in the database. And you can also try with the different topics. For example, instead of programming, try something different. Let's try. Let's ask for some suggestions. Let's say business entrepreneurship. Titles, get some suggestions. All right, boost your business. Maybe let's try that one. Generate the content. All right, so we got the content. Mastering the modern market, essential skills. All right, so you can scroll here. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful blog post. Now you might always example of problem solving approach. Yeah, we always get, this is a bit unusual why we would get that, so you can always just clean that up. All right, beautiful. Okay, so let's work on the generate image, and then we're gonna save the blog in the database. Now before we save in the database, we actually have to implement login system. We don't even have that, right? So what we're going to do before we even work on the login system, which is something we're going to build our own custom login system. So I have created a few courses before using third-party services like Clerk, but if you're serious about your project, or definitely you want to build your own authentication system, so you own your user data, you have the flexibility, your application loads faster. So I'll show you, but of course if you want to go ahead with the Clerk or any other service provider, it's really easy, right? So this one, we're going to build our own custom authentication using JWT and Next cookies, right? Now before we do that, let me just add one more thing here in the navigation. I'm going to add a breadcrumb here so people know which page they currently are, so it's easy to navigate. So this code snippet, you can actually just copy from the source code if you don't feel like typing. It's just one component, and we're gonna just import and put in the navigation, and that's all, right? So let's do that, and then we're going to implement the authentication system. Then we have the logged in user. Once we have the logged in user, they can just click on this button to save the blog in the database, and at that time we will also know who is the currently logged in user, so each blogs will be associated with the user. All right, so first of all, let's go ahead and work on this breadcrumbs component. So here in the components, now breadcrumbs is actually part of the navigation, so let me put that here. Create a new file, breadcrumbs.tsx. So here first we make it use client component, so use client, and then we import React. We can import, actually we don't need to use stitch, so just we import link, we import use path name hook, use path name from next navigation. We import some icons, chevron right from Lucid React. All right, and then export default function breadcrumbs So first we need the path, so let's call it path equals to use path name, and then once we need multiple path segments to show in the breadcrumb. Right, so let's say path segments equals to, we're going to use path.split function. We split by the // so if it is, let's say for example, let's say blog slash blog title slash something like that, then these will be, we are split using this slash. So in this case, if this is the URL, then we get two segments, one is blog, one is blog title. So that's how it's going to work. So we split by the // and then backslash and then filter. That means it will go through each of those segments, and a segment that returns segment. If it doesn't exist, then nothing. Alright, so that's how we get the path. And then I want to add one more check here. So if path segment's length is 0, then we return no. That means on the home page there will be no segments, so and there we don't want to show anything. And then we just return, create a div, give it a class name of flex, items center, text small, text gray 500, space x2 and margin x2. So here we use link, give href to homepage, and that's for the home, which can always be there. Slash, actually we use a class name hover underline. So on hover we show underline. So that's first link, and then for the rest of the links we're going to map through the segments. Segments.map and map takes another function, arrow function, where we get each segment and then index, and here const href. So we need href, that would be slash plus path segments dot, so slash from the 0 to index plus 1, and then we use again dot join with that, and then we can return. So we can use fragment. Okay, so fragment, actually let's use React fragment, React dot, let's write it down. The reason for that is we want to use the key here, so unique key for each of them, that can be index. So here several rights, we show that right arrow, and then we show the link, and here the link href would be href, so this variable value, class name hover underline, and then we can capitalize the letters. So first character can always be capital, so capitalize, and then here we show the segment dot replace the dash, we want to replace with nothing, white space. All right, so this is our breadcrumbs. Let's try importing it in navigation and see how it goes. Breadcrumbs from components and add breadcrumbs, and then we put that mode toggle, and then we put at the end breadcrumbs. Okay. Alright, we see that here. We actually want that to be down, but it looks pretty good. So we got the home. We don't show it on the home page. Dashboard. Yes, we are on the dashboard. Beautiful. That's where we are at the moment. So what we can do is, instead of putting it here, so we need two navigation. This one, div. What we can do, just wrap everything up in the nav. Okay, and then we create another nav here, breadcrumbs. Actually, this have to move this now. All this class name will be moved from there to this nav. Beautiful. Alright, so we got the navigation as it was before, and then we got the breadcrumbs. Dashboard. Go to the blog automation. We see that. Beautiful. Alright, so we're gonna start working in the login system. So I want it to have this login modal, so when it pops up when they need to log in. That would be nice. So I'm going to start with creating the modal. So first thing I want to do is inside components, let's create a folder, call it modal, and inside here we create a file. We call it login modal tsx. We have to import these dialog components. I think we don't have them yet. Let's go to setcn, and if you want to use a modal, you will go to you can search command K modal. You will not find anything. You have to type dialog. All right, so this is it. This is how it looks. So this is what I want for login. So to use this, we have to install this first. Let's add. All right, so you can use force for the latest version of React. Then you can see the example code. If you want, you can even copy this code. All right, we keep it simple, so let's head over and let's write that everything here. So we need dialog, we need dialog content, we need dialog header, and then dialog title. From components dialog, components / UI dialog, right? And then we also need input, and we need label. All right, then we write our component export default function login modal. Return. So first thing we use dialog. Now we're going to use a state to control the open and close status. For the moment, we can hard code the value to true. All right, and then here we're going to have a content. So dialog content. Inside the content, we can start with header. Dialog header, and inside the header we can have the title. Dialog title login All right, and then we can create our own div, give it a class name, grid gap 4, padding y4, another div, class name, grid columns 4, items center gap 4, and then here we use label, and let's write email. Label also we can give it a class name, HTML4, we can write that, that's for the email field. Email class name text write, so that's email, label, and then input. So input ID email, type email, or type, I think we don't even need type here. Default value, we can give a default value, maybe that's not needed, as we're going to use state. Placeholder we can have. Let me just double check with the sets here. Input. Oh, they don't have anything. Okay. Placeholder. All right. Please enter email. All right, and then that's it. So let's see how this works first. Let's try this model. We can bring this. Let's try it on the home page. App page. Let's import that and see how this works. Import login model from components model. What happened here? Okay, login model, and then okay, we put that here. Now let's go to home page, and you see we got the login model. Of course it doesn't look nice, but yeah, we got that model here. Awesome. These class names, let's have a look here. For input, we can give it a class name column span 3. All right, that's better. All right, so we've got the form here. Now we need to add one more input for password, and then we have to manage the state. So for doing all of that, let's go ahead and create a context, so that once the user logs in, the information that we will receive from the backend, so we can use that information and put in the state, a global state, which is context. That way we can access that information on any page, any components we want. So we will use that to display the navigation, whether it's logged in or logged out. We show the user's name. Based on their role, we can show certain links. For example, they can go to the dashboard or admin dashboard, right? So for doing all of that, we want to create a global state. All right, so let's go ahead and create a context. We're going to use context to create the global state. So here, create a new folder. Let's call it context, and here let's create a new file, auth.tsx. So here, first thing, we mark this as use client, it's a client component. Then we import, so we import React, and we import a couple of hooks we need. So we need create context, use context, use state, use state React node for TypeScript, form event, dispatch, and then set state action. These are for TypeScript, right? And then we want to create a type for the user. So let's call it user. I think we should call it user type. So user type, it will have the name, will be type of string, username, it will have role, email, and password. Alright, so we may add more fields later, but for the moment that's all we need. We also want to create a context type. So type of context type. So here we need the user type, which will be the type of user type. We need set user function. Now these ones, these are for the state we will create very soon. Set user. All right. Next one, we'll also have a loading state, and set loading will be the dispatch type for set action, set state action. Login as well. So we're going to show the login box in the modal. So login modal open. So we have to control the state, right? And the function to control that state, and then handle login submit. So this function will basically save the user information in the database. So execute the function, the server action, which we will create later. So this will be the form event. So we'll get the event, and then all right. So this function will call another server action from within. So you'll see how that works. Now let's go ahead and create a context, and so that we can write all of these, create all of these states and this function. Export, or actually let's call it const auth context. So we create context. So this is all we have to do. Now because we're using TypeScript, so create context, this will actually be the type of auth context type. So we can just put that here, auth context type, or undefined, right? The default value we can give it undefined. And then let's create a provider. So const auth provider equals to, it will receive the children props. Auth provider, let's make sure we write export const auth provider. It will be React functional component, and the type will be auth provider props. So we need another type as well. We have to create this one, provider props. All right, and then here we'll receive children props, and we return. Okay, so when we return with all the state values. So first we have to create a state. Auth provider, it's doubled up. Let's fix that, and let's write this here as well. Type auth provider props. For the moment, let's just leave children. That's all we need. So before we start here, let's actually create one more hook which will allow us to use this context later. Export const use auth context. So we're going to use this function so that we can easily access the context later. Alright, so use auth context, it will be the type of auth context type. All right, and then here we create a context first. Context equals to use context. We give the auth context. All right, and then if there is no context, we throw the error. Otherwise, we return that context. So now whatever value we return from this provider will be accessible, basically. So all the state that we will create and the set state functions, we will provide them as the value, so they can be used in the components. All right, let's add a state here. So we start with user. As you can see here, we need user, loading, and then the login modal. So const user set user equals to use state. It's the user type, and the initial state. Let's go ahead and create an initial state instead of writing all of this here. All right, so here we're gonna say initial state. So let me create that one here. So const initial state equals to it will be the user type, and then we're gonna have these fields: name, username, role, email, and password. All right, so that's the state for user. Next one, we add loading. So const loading, set loading, it will be the boolean value true or false, and then login modal. So login modal, again similar to loading, it's a boolean. All right, and then let's also create this function, the handle login submit. All right, so const handle login submit equals to, we receive the event, which will be the type of form event. All right, and then form event, let me just cut this out for now. This one we're missing the closing curly brace here. Okay, so handle login submit. First thing we do, event prevent default, set loading to true, and then for the moment we can console log user, let's say login user. This is just to try user in the state, and to try, let's mock this function, right? So set timeout, we delay by 1 second just to see how this works, because that will allow us to see how this loading works. All right, so set loading to false, set login modal open to false, modal also we close, and this one, the second argument is the time 1000 milliseconds. Set timeout. Oh yeah. Set timeout takes two arguments. First one is this, the arrow function, and then second one is this one. Or something. Let's actually rewrite this one. Got confusing. All right, so set timeout, you see the first argument is this arrow function. This is the arrow function. Basically it is set loading to false, modal to false, and then second argument is this time, 1 second, which is 1000 milliseconds. All right, so we're doing this to see how this loading works. And now let's go ahead and finally return. So that would be auth context dot provider. All right, and yeah, that's the provider. We wrap, let me just cut for now. Okay, this for now. So you see, we got the children props, we're returning that. Now if we just do it like this, there's no point. We have to provide the value, all the states, right? So that's what we're doing here. So here we provide the value as an object, so the value, and then inside that object we provide all of this data. So user, set user, loading, set loading, all these state functions, and then we got this handle submit. And that's pretty much it. This is our context. All right, so returning all of these as value. And to use this context, now we can simply call use auth context from anywhere, and that will give us the context. All right, now before we start using this context, we have to make sure what else? Oh yeah, it's returning the context. So yeah, before we start using, we have to wrap our layout with this context provider. So let's go to app layout and let's import. We have to destructure auth provider from context auth, and then we can wrap everything. Let's wrap this with auth provider, and yeah, that's it. Previously I think we didn't have main. Now you can have that here, it's no problem, but I'm just going to leave it like this. Now you can even give it a try. So we're going to use this context first in our login page. Where is the login? I think we're using the modal for that. Okay, so here in the modal login, we can try accessing that and see how that works. So import use auth context. We can import that and we can use that here. For example, const, let's try accessing user from use auth context and see what we get. Okay, for the moment, just for a testing purpose, I'm going to show that user just for testing purpose, see what that looks like. Attempted to call use context from server, so all the components are server component by default, so we have to make sure to use client if we want to use any of that, the context, and you see that's the state, user state. None of the values are there, but if you were to have some values, for example, let's just type here in the context one, if you would have that, then that would be accessible. All right, so that way you can access the values from the context. You can update using set user and all that. Beautiful. All right, so we got that. Now we continue working here to make this login works. So let me just remove that, and let's remove that as well. I think what we need here is a few different values, so we'll come back to this. Let's use the auth context in our login model. So here, first thing, let's destructure the values we need. So here, we need a user as well. So user, pretty much everything we need that we currently have. So set user, loading, set loading. I'm sure we need loading. Set loading. Actually, we don't need the set loading, we just need loading here. Login modal open. Set login modal open, and then handle login submit. Then here, instead of hard coding this value true or false, we're going to use that login modal open. All right, and then we have to handle open and close, so we can use this function on open chains. So here we're going to set login modal open. So basically we're just calling this set state function that will toggle the value true or false. Dialog content, we got that. So email input, so dialog header, and then we got this one. What we can do is we can put this input inside the form. All right, maybe we don't need email. So this form on submit, we're gonna execute that function, handle login submit. All right, give it a class name space y4, and we got the input. So here the value, so the value will be coming from the state now, so that will be user dot email, and on change, so we get the event, and then we say set user. We spread out all the values. We don't want to do anything, we just want to update the email. So spread out the existing values and then just update the email with the user input, so event target value. All right, so the type in ID is email. We can have type as well, so type email. Placeholder, we got that. Class name, yeah, and then let's make it required field. All right, let's actually just put all of these values right here together. Okay, so that's for email. Let me copy this, paste one more time, and this one we use it for password. All right, so user password on change, this time we update password. So the ID password, type is password, enter your password. All right, so this is a required field as well. Okay, so we got two input fields. Now we just need a form with the button to submit. Right, so here we can put that inside dialog footer, and then here we can have a button. Here we say submit. Let's make sure we have the footer, or probably it's footer. Okay, I was thinking maybe it's not necessary, but let's see how it looks. Dialog footer and the button we want to disable while it's loading, or if there is no user email, right? So disabled if no user email, or if it is loading. So the type is submit. All right, and then the text will say submit, but here I want to show a loading spinner, loading icon if it is loading. All right, so I check loading. If it is loading, then I want to use this icon, loader to icon. We can import that from since we're not using label to know that, loader to icon from Lucid React. Right, so we import from that, and then we use that here. So let's import the button as well. Button. All right, so if it is loading, we show that loading icon and make it spin using this class name animate spin. All right, now let's give it a try. So login. Okay, so we got this login. So we are on the home page. The modal is not open by default. So what we need to do next is maybe we're not going to do anything here. This is the home page. Instead, we're going to have a login link here on the navigation, and when they click, we open up that modal. But if you want to try manually, you can just quickly go here and change this to true, just for testing purpose. Okay, if you do that, you will see the modal opens up, and that's not looking good, but we can actually try. Let's try if we see the console log, and we'll fix that styling. Email let's say Ryan at Gmail. Let's just type something, hit submit. Okay, so that's perfect. We got the email and password. Beautiful. That's what we need. So let me quickly fix that, the styling issue, and then we'll again put that login link in the navigation that will toggle this value. For now, let's leave it. We see how this works. So input the class name. I think the problem is dialog header. I think we put everything inside the header. Instead, that should close here. So let's cut header and put here instead. Okay. And so we got the div. Okay. Form. I think we don't need these two divs. Let's remove this, and after the form. All right. Better. Yeah. Perfect. Next, we want to add a link here, login link. So when they click, we open up that model. All right. For that, let's go to our component navigation. So nav, and then here let's access the auth context. Import use auth context from context, and then we access const. We access login modal open from context. Then we got the logo, we got the text, and then after that we can put button, use button. Let's import this button from components. All right, and then this button will say login. Button on click, so we're gonna call that function. Use the arrow function here, and we call that set login modal open, and then whatever the value currently is, we just do the opposite of not. If it is true, not true. If it is false, not false. So just toggle the value, and then for this button, I want to use what's happening here. Go to login. Okay. So variant outline. All right. Let's have a look here. Okay. So again, to use context, we have to make it a client component. All right. Now you can click here and that opens up, and you can click anywhere, the model is gone, or you can just click here, doesn't matter. Beautiful. All right, so maybe remove this from the home page because it's a bit confusing. So what you can do, remove. Let me just have some lower map, some text. All right, maybe beautiful. So class name mx5. All right. Okay, so login. What happened here? Just now it was working. Something happened. That's weird. Let's go to top nav. Use client. This is weird. Let's go to the home page. Not sure why is that happening. Let's find that out. Okay, let's undo everything from here. Yeah, definitely not that. Something went wrong. Okay, anyways, so let me do this, leave it as it is, and let's figure this out. Set login modal open. I think I figured out the issue. The issue is we're not importing the login modal, right? So let's make sure we do that as well, because this is only toggling. We have to show. So import login modal from components modal login modal, and then we put that here. Okay. So when the state changes to true, the login show login modal open to true, then because we have that, it will be visible, otherwise it won't. Okay, beautiful. Open, close, open, close. Now on page reload, it's opening by default. That's because I have hard coded the value to true. Let me fix that. So previously I did that. Let's leave it as false by default, so that when you land on the page, nothing happens. So if you click, it opens up. Awesome. Alright, so we got the login modal. We are able to grab the user information. So we need to now set up a database. Okay, so if I try now, so we got this data. This is all we need to create a user. All right, so let's go let's create a file so that we can connect to database. So inside utils, we don't have the utils folder. Let's create one. Inside here, create a new file. Let's call it db. All right, ts. All right, so for this one, we need to install mongoose. npm I mongoose. That will help us connect to MongoDB, to interact with MongoDB. So we import mongoose from mongoose. Then we export default async. Let's just call it db. So here, first of all, we check if mongoose connection ready state is greater than or equals to 1, then return. That means we already have a connection established, so we don't have to do anything, we just return. Let's get rid of this one, and we use try catch any error, console log the error. And here, first of all, you need to make sure you have a connection string. Now to use MongoDB, you can either use Mongo Atlas, which is free to use. They have 512 MB of data that you can use, the storage space. Mongo Atlas. So you can sign up to Mongo Atlas and get the connection string and start using that for free. Or if you have MongoDB connected locally, then you can obviously use that as well. So I have MongoDB installed locally, and I also have the Robo3T GUI that helps me have a look at the database and make some changes, right? So if you have locally installed MongoDB, then you can use that. Otherwise, just get the connection string from Mongo Atlas, and then you want to put that in your env file. So you should have, let me show you, database equals to, so whatever connection string you get from there, make sure you put that in your env.local file. I'm going to use use the local install. Now if you're using the local install, the connection string will do something like mongodb : / localhost : 27017 / your database name. For example, in our case, let's say AI blog automation, right? Or something like this. So make sure you have the database variable with the value in your env.local. So here we need the connection string, so we can put that in a variable. So const db URI equals to process.env.database. All right, and then we check. So if we don't have that URI, we throw this error. Otherwise, we can go ahead and make a connection. So all we need is await mongoose.connect, and we give that db URI. That's all we need to connect to MongoDB. Once it is connected, you can just show some success message. For example, connected to database. Maybe even if you want, just include some emoji. You can insert this package in a VS Code, and then you can insert emoji. For example, let's say this allows a green rounded circle. All right, so this is the function that will allow us to connect to MongoDB. So later, when we write our server actions, we need to connect to MongoDB. We simply have to import this db function and we have to execute. That will make sure we have the connection, and then we can just interact with the database. Before we start saving the user in the database, we have to create a user model. So let's go ahead and create a model folder here. Model. Inside here, let's actually call it models. And here we create a user file, user.ts. All right. And then here, so we import first mongoose. Then we create a schema. So const user schema equals to create a new instance of mongoose schema. We write the schema here. We also set timestamp to true. So here, to create a user, what fields we need? So we will allow email. Will be the type of string. It's a required field. It should be unique. Lowercase, stream, yeah, we can have all of them. Password will be the type of string, and it is a required field. Next one, we use name. Name, again, the type of string. Let's not make it required. The reason for that is I want to make it very simple, and I will ask for the user to only enter the email and password. We will not ask for name, username, anything. We just ask for the email and password, and based on the email, we just give them the name. We extract the value. For example, if user@gmail.com, for example, if it was John, then we just extract that value and use that as a name. But of course, once they log in, they can update the profile, they can change the name, and we will also give them a unique username. To each user, we'll get a unique username, and later if they want to change, they can change. So always the first user will have the flexibility, because the username should be unique. So if it is already taken, for example, if the username is John is taken, then someone else cannot take that. All right, so the user who joined the application first will have that benefit as well. For example, domain.com/John, so they can get such URL. All right, so we use unique username for that. So username, it's the string type. It's going to be unique, and we also so it's a type, it's a required field, unique true, required true. All right, and then some other fields, these are optional. For example, user might want to add their website. In fact, this can be useful if someone, maybe a business owner or even individuals, if they're trying to sign up to our application so that they can automate the blogging, then most likely they may already have the website. So we allow them to add that. If they have about, we'll allow them to write something about themselves, short description, so type a string, and then each user will get a unique role type string, and we give a default value of default role of user. But of course, a user can be admin as well by simply changing this type. But by default, we give them the role of user. Then we export default mongoose.models.user. So we export as the model name user if it exists, otherwise we're going to create. All right, so or if it exists, we return that, otherwise we create a new user model with this schema. All right, so this is our user model. All right, so we got the user model as well. Next, let's create some helper functions that will help us hash the password, because we're not going to save the plain password in the database. So we're going to use Bcrypt.js to hash and compare the password. So in the utils folder, let's create a new file, auth.ts, and here first of all let's install that. So we want to install npm I Bcrypt.js, and then here first we import Bcrypt from Bcrypt.js, and then we write two functions. The first one is for hashing the password, so export const hash password equals to async password will be the type of string, and it will return promise string. All right, so here to hash the password, first we need to create some salt. So they call it salt. It is basically the strength of the hashing. So let's call it salt rounds equals to, we're going to use 10, that's medium strength, and const hashed password equals to, now we're going to use await bcrypt.hash. So we're going to use this function to hash the password. For that we need the plain password, which we get as an argument. So password, second argument is the salt rounds. All right, and then basically we just return that hashed password, simple as that. And we got this TypeScript error, could not find a declaration file, so we have to install this as well, install the types. So just copy that and we install that as well. All right, now let's create another one. Export const compare password equals to async, and here we have to receive two arguments to compare. First one is the plain password, which will be the type of string, and the other one is hashed password. All right, so hashed password is something will be coming from the database. So when we create the user, we hash the password, save that in the database, and then next time when they try to log in, we compare password, we call this function. So at that point, user will provide the plain password, so we take that and we compare that with the hashed password. So this should be coming from the database, and if they match, we return true. Okay, so promise, it will return the boolean value, and here we can have a comparison. So is match, create a variable, and then here we can check await bcrypt.compare. So we can use the compare function, give two value, password and the hashed password. and that is it. So we return is match, that will have either true or false value. All right, so these two functions will help us set the user password in the database by hashing, and then later on the login we can compare and make sure they are providing the correct password to login. All right, the next thing we want to do is when user submit the login. All right, so when we submit this data, we have to process that data. We have to verify that the email is valid, right? So we're going to use one package from npm that is pretty good for validating email. That one is called deep email validator. So let's quickly have a look. npm deep email validator. So we're going to use this one. This is pretty good. Of course, it would be even better to send an email and then just ask them to click the link, redirect them to your application to verify the email, or just maybe send them some kind of a code to the email address and ask them to enter. That is like 100% accurate. However, this is pretty close. Not close, but this is pretty good given it's it's straightforward, it's so easy to use, right? So I tried this package with some random emails and it actually is pretty good. So we give it a try. So let's copy this one and let's install, and then we go and create our action. So here in the actions, let's create a new file. Let's call it auth.ts. So here, first use server, and then we want to import that function, import that package, validate from deep email validator, and then we write our function. So this login system, the way it's going to work is we want to simplify the process. So instead of asking them to register and then log in, all that, we just keep it simple. We just show them this login. Now if user doesn't exist, if they haven't registered before, that's fine. We're going to create the user. So we'll basically look into our database with that email address. So if we find any user with this email address, then user already exists. So that time we use this email and password to log in the user. So basically we compare the password and login, right? But if the user didn't exist, this email didn't exist in the database, then this is a new user. So we create the user on the fly. So we create the user and then just send the token so that they're logged in. So for login and register, we're just going to simplify by just using this function, this form, and then in the server we just use this function. So we call it, let's call it login or register action. So this will do both. First it will check if the user exists, then try to login, otherwise register. So async, for this one we need email, will be the type of string, password will be the type of string. All right, and then here first thing we do is we validate the email. So let destructure valid equals to await. We call that function validate, and we provide the email that we get from the argument. We can just keep it like that. All right, and then we check this variable. It'll be the true or false. So if valid, first let's check if it is not, right? So if it is not valid, we throw that error. In fact, it's good to return something. So return the error, invalid email. All right, now if so that's how we can validate the email. And also let's check for the password. Password also, we want to make sure we have the password and it is a 6-character long. So we want to do that. So if there is no password, or there is password but it is if it is not at least 6 characters, then we're going to send this error message. All right, so we got this basic validation. Now let's we can give it a try. Actually, let's give it a try. Let's import this one. We go to our components, modal login, and then here first we import from actions auth, and then here handle login. Oh, actually no, we doing it in our context, so let's actually move card from here. So this form on submit, we got that function in our context. Let's go to context auth. Let me put that on top. All right, and then we get this handle login submit. So here what we can do, we can call that function set loading to true, and then this instead of console log, I'm going to call it, so let's say const response equals to await login or register action. We call that function and provide 2 arguments, email and password. Let's make it async. All right, so for the moment that's all we do. We're not doing anything else. We still are testing how this works. So here, let's close all these tabs. So here, if we can try providing some just whatever email, and then see how this works. All right. So the response, we console logging or not. Let's have a look. Context auth. Let's console log response. Console log response. Let's add the text login response. All right, let's give it a try. So here, now this one, like Ryan at gmail.com. This is actually, this sounds pretty valid, but it's not. I'm sure someone called Ryan must have created a Gmail account long time ago, but maybe they're not inactive, maybe, you know. But yeah, so let's try this one. Let's just use 3 characters only for password and see what we get. Actually, for this one we have to open the console. All right, so let's try submit. Something happened. Okay, so that closed, so we have to fix that. Set loading model false. We don't do that. Actually, we have the toast. Let's import the toast. Import toast from React hot toast, and we can actually show the error message because we are returning, right? We're returning from here. So let's actually do that. So set login model. Okay, so leave that. So what we're going to do here is, instead of console log, we can just say if response error. If we got that, then we're going to show toast.error response.error. All right, and now let's try. Okay, so we didn't see, where is that console log? Okay, I think I have to refresh the page. It's been sitting there since yesterday. Okay, it's happening, and we got that invalid email. All right, invalid email. Maybe we can just be a bit more explicit. Invalid email, please provide valid email address. All right, so timeout. Let's actually just Let's comment this out. All right, let's try again. Now if you're tired of typing there, for temporary as a temporary solution, you can also hardcode the value here. Let me just enter the email, ryan@gmail.com. All right, so here let's make it only 5-character long password and try, and we get the proper error now. Invalid email, please provide valid email address. All right, now if I provide a valid email address, even if I provide the first of all, let's make sure this is not coming from the password. So if I provide a valid email address, it should be fine. This time there's no error. But let's say if I provide valid email but password only 3 characters, password must be 6 characters, so that password works, and the email also, this is not a valid email address. So if I try, that also works. So it's pretty good. But if you provide everything correct, sorry, let's try again. Valid email, 6-character long password, then yeah, we don't see anything. That's because we didn't return any errors. Okay, so that's how we can validate the email and also apply some validation on the password. All right, so continuing here, to login or register the user using JWT and cookies, we need some npm packages. For example, to generate the token, we need to install a JSON Web Token package. So let's do that. Npm install JSON Web Token. We're also going to use nano ID. All right, that's for generating some unique IDs which we can use as username. We will auto generate the username for the users, and for that we use nano ID. We also need to install types, because since we're using TypeScript for the JSON Web Token, we have to install @types/JSON Web Token. All right, and now you go ahead and here in your env.local, you add a variable which will be JWT secret, and it should be a long, some long complicated strings. It's basically a password. This will similar to password. This will be used while generating the JWT token, and to verify also you need the same secret. So we'll use the same secret while generating and also later verifying. All right, so go ahead, create something, add this variable to your env.local file with some secret strings. All right, so I've added a JWT_secret variable in my env file with some random values. Now let's continue here. So after all this validation, we're going to let's first import. So we need database connection, so let's import db from utils db. All right, we also need to import user model from models/user. It's a lowercase. We also need to import those helper functions that we created before for hashing. So hash password, and then let's also bring this, we'll use this later, compare password from utils auth, and we import JWT from JSON Web Token. We also import nano ID. We have to destructure from nano ID, and we using cookies, so import cookies from next headers. All right, now before we do anything here, let's write some types. So let's user type. Let me just double check. I think we already have that in our context, user type. So what we can do, let's go ahead and create a file called types, so that we can just just put them there and then just import, so we don't have to write on every page. Utils, let's create a new file, types.ts, and here let me move this user type. What is that user type? Yeah, this will be used in multiple files, so let's remove that, put here. So export type user type, and we just have that, and now we can just import that here. From that should be utils types, and we continue using that here. That shouldn't be a problem. All right, and so that's done. So here in the types, we actually need to add some more fields, because once we save the user in the database, the MongoDB will automatically assign this underscore ID property. So let's also have that. Now this can be optional, so we can just write it like this with a question mark, string. It's an optional field. We have the name, username, role, email, password. Now password also can be optional. That's because the user type, later on we will check who is the currently logged in user. So at that time we will not be getting the password from the database, right? So we just get other information, so this can be optional. And other things, website also an optional field, and then about. All right, so that's done. Now let's also add one more here. Export type, or actually let's call it interface. Export interface user type, and if we use interface, we remove that. Okay, so ID, name, username, role, email, password, website, about. One more field I need to add here, created at. So when the user is created, that time this is auto populated, so it's good to have, because we can we can know when this user joined our application, right? So export, next one is interface. This is for auth response type. So when the user logs in, we get the response. So for that, right? So when they log in, the response, we get the user type, obviously this one. So user type, and what we need to do, we need to actually make it a parcel. So what we need to do here is you call it parcel, give it a user type. So basically make all the user fields optional, including the password, and that's because on the auth response, we not always get all of these fields. Some of them will not be available. So user auth response, we get the user, but some of these fields are parcel. Next one is error. We might get error, so again it's optional. And then logged in property will return either true or false. So we're going to add this because this will make it so much easier for us to check if the user is logged in later using context. All right, so these two types we can use here. All right, so first of all, let's import that user type. import user type from utils types. We will also need that other one later, auth response type. So let's have them here ready to be used. Alright, so before we continue here, let's create some helper functions so that it's easier to work here. So one, we want to create a helper function to generate JWT token. Alright, and then next one we'll create is helper function to set HTTP only cookie. So let's work on this one. So we already got this JWT, so let's call it generate token equals to, we will give the payload, which basically means some data, user data, because certain data we can put in the JWT token itself, so that when we decode the token we can extract that information for things like user's ID. That's really valuable because based on that ID we can just query the database, find the currently logged in user, right? So having such information in the token is really helpful. So the payload will be one of the user type. We don't have to provide the entire user data, but it's going to be the user type. Even if we use only ID, we can use that type. So this one, generate token, and it will be the type of string. The token will be the type of string, and then here we return. So return JWT. We got that has this sign function, and that's what's going to create the sign token. So we have to provide the payload, then the secret. Okay, so that's coming from process.env.jwt secret. So if you don't have this variable, make sure you have that with some random secret string, right? As string. And so two arguments, one is the payload, another is the secret, and then the third one is the expiry, expires in. So we give them 7 days, but you can change that to hours, days, minutes, right? So let's leave it as 7 days. All right, so when we call this function with some data payload, this will return us a signed JSON web token. Next one, for the cookie, const, let's call it set auth cookie equals to async. So we will provide token, which will be the type of string. So we will be saving the token in the cookie, right? So we will be sending that. So const cookie store equals to await cookies. So we can access the cookies, and then we can store in the cookie using cookie dot set. So cookie store dot set. It's just like saving in the local storage. So we want to save this token in the cookie, right? So we give the name or the key, whatever you like to call it. So that can be auth, and then the value can be token, right? And that's pretty much it. Now the third argument is we set some of these options. So HTTP only, yeah, that's true. So it is only accessible on the HTTP request. Secure, so it has to be true, but because we are working locally in the local development environment, what we do here is process.env.node.env. So node environment by default it will be false, right? So in the development it will be false, so that time secure will be false, but when we are in production it will be true. Okay, so when maybe you also want to add this, so grab this variable, put in your env.local file with the value of production, value of development. But later, when you deploy your application, you will change this variable with the value of production. All right, so let me do that. Okay, so I've just added that variable. This is what I did. So I basically added this with the value of development. Okay, so currently when I'm in local development, localhost, it will be secure, will be false. In production, I will change that, and then if that matches, it will be true. Same site strict, yes, same site, and then path, and we give /, and then max is because we have the cookie, the token with the expiry of 7 days. We want to set the same as for the cookie as well. So that would be for the 7 days. You can calculate. Also, you can use ChatGPT if you are not sure what value to provide. If, for example, if you use different values, for example, 1 day, 3 days, so 7 days multiply 24 hours multiply 60 seconds multiply 60 minutes. Okay, so that's how we get the 7-day value. 7 days in seconds. Alright, so we got these two helper functions to generate the token and also set the token in the cookie, set auth to cookie. Alright, so now we got these helper functions as well. Let's use them here in our login or register action. So we've got some basic validation here. So after that, first thing we want to do is connect to database. So await db, then we find the user. So let user equals to await user model dot find one. So we use this function and we want to find the user based on email. So email that we get here during the login, email and password. So you get that, and then this will give us the value if the user exists. So if user is found in the database, that means now we can log in, right? So we can log in. We can compare the password and then we can log in. When we say login, basically what that means is after comparing the password, we generate the token by calling this function, and then we set token in the cookie by calling this function. That's pretty much it. But if the user wasn't found, that means this user doesn't exist yet, not registered yet. So we register, and then I can do the same thing. Just generate the token, set in the cookie, all of that. All right. So here, const match. So we take the password. So const match equals to await compare password, and we have to give two values. One is the plain password, one other is the hashed version coming from the database. So that's the one. And we check. So if no match, if the password didn't match, then we return with error. We say incorrect password. All right. So we can send the user. We just needed to check the password match because we already got the user. If the user exists, we already got that. We can just send that user. So we can, send user with token. So we can do all of that here. If user existed, we can send that. Otherwise, we go ahead and register. For that, again, since I'm using the variable let user, we can reassign the value. With const, you can't do that. That's why I use let. So user equals to, if we have to create a new one, we do this. So create a new instance of user, and with the value email, again, you can write like this. You don't really have to. So to simplify, let's leave it like that. Password. So password, the value will be whatever is coming from this function. So this function will return the hashed version of the plain password. Okay, so we give the plain password to this function, and whatever is returned, that is the hashed value that we save in the database. So that's how we get the password. And the name. For the name, we just grab the first part of the email. So we use the split that gives a returns array. Grab the first item from the array, and that will be the name. And then username will be, we use the nano ID for that. That will give us the unique username. So basically we're just asking for the user email and password only. Name, username we are auto generating. Username auto generate, name, email. So the first part is used as name, but of course later when they log in, they can go to the profile page and update these informations, right? So that's how easily we can just handle the login and register. Let's not forget to save the user. Await user.save. All right, and now we got everything. We got the user. Now let's go ahead and generate the token and send the token. Also set in the cookie. So cons. Now we don't want to send the entire user information. That's because that has the password as well. So let's also only pick the fields we need. So destructure ID, name, username, and then role. So that's all we need to send from the user. And for token, we're gonna call that function to generate token. Okay. So this is the one, generate token, and we have to give the payload. So for payload, we can give ID, name, username, role, email also we can add. Okay, so that way later when we decode the token, we can get all this information from that decoded token, which will be really easy. We don't really have to just query the database, find the user by ID or anything, because it's all here, and it's not a lot of data, so we can easily put in the token, right? So that's generate token. Once we generate the token, we also set the cookie. So await set auth cookie token. All right, so that way we save the token in the cookie. Now whenever we need to access the token, we can simply access that from the cookie, and that will give us, once we decode that, we will get all the information of the logged in user. So at this point you can return, we can also return like this. Now the cookie information, that will be useful in our server actions, but for the client side, to show the user's name, information in the navigation and the dashboard and so on, of course we can return this value, and this value will be stored in the context in the front end, and it will be easy for us to manage the information about the currently logged in user. All right, so user, we send the name, username, role, email. We also add this additional field called logged in true. Let's remove that. All right, so this is our login or register function. Okay, so we're returning the user, and then the logged in status, we're setting the token in the cookie. Perfect. All right, so let's try using this function. Actually, we already have that in our model. So let's see how this works, right? So what I'm going to do here is, actually not here, it's in the context. So we give user password undefined. Let's use this default value. All right, so we have this check. If we get the error, we show the error message. Otherwise, we got the success message, right? So in that case, we set show the toast notification, logged in successfully. Set user. Set user. Maybe I don't want to do this because here in the context, so here in the actions, we can write a function that will check the cookie, get the token from the cookie, and then extract, decode all that information and send that back. and that information we can use in the context. So that way, even on the page reload, the information is always there. Otherwise, if we save this information, this response we get, if we save in the state, that's fine, but as soon as the page reload happens, that is lost, right? So unless we save that in the local storage, it's pointless. And because we have the cookie, of course, we don't want to use local storage, we have the cookie. So let's do that. What we can do is we come back to this one, right? So we're going to create a function that will decode the token and send the response, and that will we're gonna use effect to call that each time. So when the page reload happens, that's always there, and then that information we save here in the database, in the context. For now, let's just see how this works. So yeah, we saw the toast notification, and the modal we want to close. So set login modal open to false. Then we can also use, we're not using tried cats. I think we should do that. So if else, what we can do here is cut and then use try. Okay, try catch any error. We can show the toast notification, something went wrong. Set login open the modal open to false, and then finally set loading to false. All right, let's remove that. Okay, so we try that if there's error. Otherwise, we show the success message. If we get the error again, we show the error message and then set loading to false. Let's give it a try. Login. Let's try. Invalid email, please provide valid email address. Okay, so let's use valid email. Logged in successfully. All right, that's perfect. So we've been logged in. Now we logged in, but now of course we don't have any of that information. We're not saving that in the local storage. We're not even saving in the context. The reason for that is we just want to depend on the cookie. So it's pretty secure in the front end as well, in the client side. All right, so once it is logged in, now if we go in any of these server actions, we should be able to check the information on the cookie. So that part is next, right? So we're going to create another action. We can call that auth check action or something like that. So which will basically check for the currently logged in user based on the cookie, and then that response we send to the client, right? And that way, that information we can just display here from the context. Let's create a function called auth check action here in our actions file, so that we can just call that function to know about the current user. All right, so let's put it on the top. Auth check const export const auth check action equals to async. This will return the promise. So here the type, right? So type just a second. So here the promise will return the user, which will be the user type, and the logged in status boolean true or false. So here first we get the cookie store equals to await cookies, and then we get the value. So const token equals to cookie store dot get, and this is the name we gave when we saved the cookie, if you remember. So here you see cookie store auth. Okay, so that's the key. All right, so that's based on the key, we can get that token from the cookie and we access that value. Then we can have this validation. So if no token, we can return logged in status is false. Otherwise, we use try catch error, return logged in status false, and then here in the try we decode. So decoded equals to jwt.verify. So before we used the sign function jwt.sign, this time we use verify to verify the token. So the first argument is the token, second one is the secret, just like we used when we were creating as user type, and then we return. So we return the user, which will be the decoded value, whatever we got, and then the logged in status we return as true. Okay, and as soon as we return, you notice the error is gone. That was due to the fact that we were not returning anything. So this decoded is all this value. So all this payload, whatever we provided. So in this case, we provided ID, name, username, role, and email. So all that will be available here, and we are returning that with the added property logged in status true. All right. Now, in our application, anytime we want to know the currently logged in user, we can simply call this server action. So let's actually use this. Let's copy that and let's use it in our context. So we import that first. Okay, so we already got that here. Let's put that here. Okay, so auth-check action, and then so auth-check action. So we're going to use use effect here. So let's import use effect from React, and then auth provider, we got this state, so let's add that here. So use effect, so use effect, sorry, use effect. So it takes a function as an argument, arrow function, and then second argument we just leave it as empty array. So here let's call this function, let's create one, get current user. We execute that. All right, so const get current user equals to async promise, it will return void first thing we do, set loading to true, and then we use try catch any error. If there's an error, we can console log and finally we set loading to false. Alright, so here all we need to do is call that server action. So const response equals to await auth-check action, we call that, and then if that response has a user, then we set user to that value, and then set logged in to whatever we get, response.logged in. So let's make sure we have this in the state as well. It looks like we don't have. Yeah, let's add that here. Logged in, set logged in with the boolean value. So you see here that server action is being called here in the use effect. So whatever value we get the user and the logged in status. So we put both of that in this state. All right. Now we can simply access these values. So user and logged in any of the page, any of the component, and we will have access to the currently logged in user. Let's make sure we return that here in the value. Logged in, and then logged in. I think that's, yeah, let's use set logged in as well. Well, we need to add that here as well. Logged in boolean value, and then set logged in. All right, that's perfect. Now we can access the logged in users information. And in fact, we already logged in before, so I'm pretty sure we still have the logged in user. So let's quickly give it a try. Let's go to top nav. We want to show the logged in user's name in the navigation, show the dashboard link. So top nav. So here, let's access user logged in. All right, so let's access these two values, and then login. Let me just write here for now. Okay, so we'll work on this one. If we have the logged in user, then show the user email. So let's come here, and you see we already see the logged in user's email because we previously logged in. Remember? Okay, that's perfect. Now let's do it properly here. So if we have the logged in user, we show the dashboard link. If we don't have the logged in user, then we show the login link, and then we also implement the logout functionality. Let's work on the logout functionality first, and before we do anything here, let's go to actions, auth, and all the way down here. I'm going to write a logout function. So export async function logout action. This will be promise and the response, logout response. Okay, let's create logout response. We put here logout response. It will have the success message. Success, actually no, success, we send a message. Message will be the type of string. All right, so you can call it either way. Let's stick to interface because that's what I've been using everywhere. Okay, so interface logout response. So when they log out, we send the message. So we got that here. All right, so here first let's access the cookies because we have to remove the cookies. Basically that's how we log out. So const cookie store equals await cookies, and then we have to check has cookie. We create this variable equals to cookie store dot has. So we can access this function has and give the key, and if it has, it will give us the value true, otherwise it will be false. So if has cookie, if we have the cookie, then we're gonna delete that. So cookie store dot delete auth, and then we can return the message successfully logged out successfully, otherwise we return the message no cookie found, or let's say no active session found. All right, so this is our logout action. Now to call this, let's also create another function in our context that will call this server action to logout. All right, so let's use this logout action here. So we create another function here. So let's call it const logout equals to async. So this will be a promise, and here we can use try and then catch any error. We console log the error and toast.error. We can say, let's send some generic message like logout failed, please try again. Alright, so here we await, we call that logout action, that server action, and we set the set logged in to false because it's a logout, and set user back to initial state. All right, so let's make sure we got this one. Logout action, let's import that here. Perfect. All right, now let's provide this here in the provider. We need to add this here, context type. And now we can try this in the top nav. So let's import that. So from the context we can access logout, and so if we have the logged in user, we have to conditionally show and hide some links. But for now, let me just add a logout button, see how that works. So we can use button, on click we execute logout. All right, give it a variant outline, and here we see logout. Now we didn't really need to, we didn't really see how everything is working, who is logged in or not. So I think we have to do a bit more work here. If I try logout successfully, okay, but we still see that. Yeah. So what we need to do is we need to have some sort of a logic here. So if we have the logged in user, we show logout, otherwise we show login. Maybe we can use a drop down menu here, right? So we can add drop down menu by again, let's use this set scene component. For that we have to first add it. So npx set scene at latest add, and this one's called drop down dash menu. So you can check out the documentation as well, and you can copy the code from there. So what we can do here, once we install, here in the top nav, let's import. So we import, I think it's better to just visit the documentation. All right, so if I search for drop down menu, you have the example here. So that's how it works. That's how we add it, drop down menu. And let's have a look at the code. Okay, so you see all of these components you can import. So let me just grab this import. So we don't need all of them. We need the drop down menu. We need menu content. We need menu item, and we can use the separator, and that's all we need. Let's leave the trigger. Yeah, okay. Drop down menu trigger. Okay. And then we can take here. See, if we have the logged in user, let me just do that here. So if we have the logged in user, we do something. Otherwise, we do something here. So if you have the logged in user, we can show the drop down menu. So in this drop down menu, we will show first of all, on click we have to trigger, we have to open up the drop down menu. So we're going to use drop down trigger, drop down menu trigger, So inside here, so you can write dashboard, you can write user's name. I think I would go with, let's use the span tag here, and I will just display the username, user.name. I can apply some class name here, class name relative border. We can have a border, padding 2, rounded medium, capitalize the text, and I also want to show this kind of this green dot on top right corner of the username. That will make it look like it's active, it's online, the user is online, some sort of that, so that when the logged in user sees it, they notice that, okay, it's for me, because sometimes the menu items can be confusing. So here we're just going to use some class name to create this small green dot, absolute top 0.4, right 0.5, height 2, width 2, background green 500, rounded full. So after this trigger, let's actually have a look here. If we see, okay, maybe we don't. That's because we don't have the logged in user, and we also got some warning here. Oh, so it hasn't been installed. Okay, so drop down was already added. Okay, that's all right. Let me just restart. So it just happened suddenly. Okay, that's fine. All right, so let's try login. Okay, so that user doesn't exist. Try another one. Okay, logged in, and I didn't say anything here. So if we have the logged in user, we should see that. Let me just try adding this pre-tag, and here just in stringify I want to see the user and then the logged in status. Okay, so logged in is false, we don't have the user. So actually this is the information I entered. It didn't submit, looks like it didn't submit. Handle click login model, we got the handle login submit. Let's have a look in the context. Handle login submit. So we call that function. We handle the error. Success message, set login to false. I think immediately after the login, we should put the user, the response that we get, we should put that in the state, because we want that to appear immediately. This one also should work if I reload. Yeah, if I reload the page, I see the currently logged in user. I see that. That's good. But we want that to happen immediately as well. So let's actually come down here. Handle login submit. First thing we do, set user. Okay, let's do that as well. So here I think response user as user type, and we can also set logged in to true. All right. Now, so on reload, we got that coming from the cookie. If I log out, okay, that's gone. All right, so that's gone. That's hard-coded value. So if I try login, let's change that. Okay, I'm logged in, and now I immediately have that information here. On reload, we got that. We get this one as well. That's all right. That's fine. That can stay there. So that's good. Okay, so what do you want to do? Let's go back to top nav. Let's remove this. Let's just comment that out, and then we continue here. So if you have the logged in user, we saw that the username we saw. Now on that click, the username click, we want to show the drop down, right? So drop down menu trigger. After that, we show drop down menu content, and inside there we can show the links. For example, we can show the dashboard link, we can show the logout link, right? For the dashboard, let's say link dashboard menu item, sorry, a drop down menu item. We write dashboard. This one need href, so that can be dashboard. All right, so that's one link. Next one, I want the logout. Now before we add the next link, we can add the separator, which will make it look nice, and then another drop down menu content, and inside here we're gonna have the drop down menu item with the text logout, and on click we call that function logout. All right, so that this should work now. So all this will happen if we have the logged in user. If you don't have, then we have to show the login link, right? So at the moment, now we got the drop down. We see only logout. We should see dashboard. Oh, sorry. Dashboard also need to be wrapped in the drop down menu content. Drop down menu content. Oh, actually, it is. Oh, I just noticed it should be for each link. We can just remove that. So when it opens here, drop down menu content, it can end here. So we don't need for each and every one of them. So remove that opening and remove that closing. All right, so we just wrap everything, all the links inside the drop menu content. And now, yeah, now that works. Okay, beautiful. All right, now let's also hide and show. Now, so if you have the logged in user, we do that. Otherwise, we show login. Let's just cut and put it inside here. Let's remove this. Perfect. Now we have the logged in user. So this is what we see. If I log out, I see login. That's beautiful. All right, so using our own authentication system, it's time for us to protect pages. All right, so user can go to the dashboard. We don't have that page yet. Let's go ahead and create this page and see how we can protect this from not logged in users. All right, so here in the app, let's create a folder, dashboard. Oh, sorry, we already got that dashboard. Inside dashboard, let's create a page. That one, yeah, that's for blog automation. All right, so here, new file, page.tsx. All right, So yeah, we got the dashboard page. Now we have the logged in user, so he can access this, that's fine. But let me just copy this. So let me try in a private window. So here we don't have the logged in user, and they are still able to access this dashboard, and that shouldn't be happening. This should be only for the available only for the logged in users. So let's see how we can protect the pages, right? So what we can do here is, since we have the concept of layout with Next.js, what you can do is just inside dashboard. So you want to protect all the pages inside dashboard. For example, dashboard/blog automation, dashboard/something else later you will create. So whatever you create inside this folder, to protect all those pages, we can use the layout. All right, so let's create a new file, layout.tsx. And here basically we're going to call that auth check action, which is our server action, and that will give us the logged in status of the user, right? So we can basically check that, and if you have the logged in user, then they can access, otherwise we redirect from here. So that way all the pages inside dashboard will be protected. All right, so here first thing you do in this layout file, use server. So it's going to be a server. Actually by default they are all servers, so we don't have to do it. Yeah, by default they're all server. All right, so import auth check action from actions auth. Then we import redirect component, redirect function from next navigation. Then we create a component, export default async function dashboard layout, let's call it. So here we receive the children. They will be the type, still with the type of read only, and the children will be the type of the React node. All right, so here we're going to call that function. So const result equals to await auth check action. Now if you remember, this function gives us the user object and the logged in property with the boolean value, right? So we can only check for the logged in. You could even destructure, but let's keep it simple. So if the result don't have the, okay, so this one, it carries the boolean value true or false. So if it is not true, okay, if we don't have the logged in user, then we want to redirect the user to login page, right? Otherwise we can simply return the children props. So you see, it's pretty simple, but it's very effective. Now this will protect all the pages inside dashboard. So come here, and you see immediately we are redirected to login page. You can try again, dashboard, and you see you are redirected. However, if you are logged in user, that's fine, you can access this page. All right, so that's how we can protect the pages using layout in combination with our server action. All right, so we have this redirect, the protected page. However, you see when we go to the login page, we don't actually see anything here. So if we click, we trigger the model, but otherwise there's nothing here. So let's do some work here so that we have a proper login page as well, not just the model but actual login page. All right, so for that, first of all, let's go ahead and create a login page. So inside app, create a new folder, login. Inside login, create a new file, page.tsx, and then this is going to be use client component. We're going to import React. We also need some hooks. So here we need use effect. This is to control the model, right? So we also want to import the login model. login modal, sorry, not destructuring, login modal from components modal login, components modal login modal. We also import use auth context, we import that, and we import use router from next navigation, and we import the button from components UI. All right, so export default function login page. So let's first get some functions we need from context to use our context. So we want to control the modal. So login modal open, set login modal open. All right, so we bring them both, and we also access logged in property, logged in state, so that we know if we have the logged in user or not. And to redirect, we use the use router, and then we use effect. Use effect takes a function, second argument just empty array, and then here actually the dependency here we're gonna add logged in. So whenever the logged in status changes, we're gonna run the code here. So the code will be, we check if not logged in, then we're going to open up the modal. We show the modal when they land on the page. So basically when people come to the login page, if they are not already logged in, we open up the modal. Otherwise, we don't have to do anything. We can take them to dashboard page. Now when the user is logged in, they will not see the login anyways, but even if they just try to go to the login page manually or whatever they do, in that case we just redirect them. All right, so if not logged in, set logged in modal, set login modal to true. If not logged in, if logged in, then they shouldn't be trying to access the login page anyway. So if they did, we just take them to dashboard. All right, so let's just return. Let's return a div. So basically we just show a button here that says login. Now you could do something different, but I just show the login model. If they come here, we just show that. Okay. So here div, and here button, it will say login, and button I just use on click. So on click we execute set login modal open, and the value we just toggle the value. If it is open, we close, otherwise we open. All right, so that's on click on the button. Next one, we can add variant. We say outline, class name we say margin top. I want to have a bit of margin top on the bottom. On margin top -100 pixels. The reason I'm doing this is I'm going to center this horizontally and vertically. At the moment you see there, so horizontally and vertically I center here, and because we have the navigation on top that is taking about 100 pixels, it doesn't really center but stays slightly lower. So just to push that up, I'm using this -100 pixel. All right, so let's use the class name here. So we use flex, justify center, item center, height screen. That's what we do. All right, you see that it's perfectly centered. It looks pretty good. If we didn't have that, let's just try see what happens. Without that, see it stays a bit lower, but if you do that, it sits nicely. All right, so people can go to the login page. It opens up, actually they're not going to the login page. They just they want to log in, so it doesn't matter on which page they are. We just open up the modal, right? That's fine. For some reason, people, they're not logged in. They try to access some pages which requires logged in user, for example something like this. In that case, sorry, no, not here. We should try here. So let's try it. Let's say people try to go to the page that requires them to be logged in first. Then you see they are on the login page and the modal is already open. If they close, they will still see the login button, and yeah, that's how it works. So either way, it's doing the same thing. Beautiful. All right, so the next thing we want to focus on now is on the blog. Right, so we want to go ahead and start saving the blog. We already got the blog automation steps here. So we get the categories, title, everything from AI, featured image, everything is ready here. All the contents we can get with a couple of clicks in few seconds, right? So we can create a blog like that, but we have to save in the database. So let's go ahead and work on the backend so that it's all ready for us to save in the database, right? So first thing you want to do is create a blog model, right? So similar to user model we have created here. Let's create another one for blog.ts, and let's close all the tabs. All right, so first we want to import mongoose. Then let's create a schema. So const blog schema equals to new mongoose schema, and here we're gonna write the schema here. Let's just not worry about this one for now. So we're gonna write the schema here and then the timestamps as well. So here in the schema, we're going to define what fields we want on each blog. So each blog will have the user, because we need to know who created the blog. So user, basically we're just going to save the user ID, and later we'll be able to populate all the data of the user based on the ID. All right, so for that we have to structure like this. So we have to write type. It will be mongoose schema with capital S types dot object ID. So basically we're saving the user's ID each time we create a blog. All right, so we need to provide that. It will refer to the user model. This is really important, all right, and it's a required field. All right, so first property is user. Next one, now I just want to keep it simple and just write like this: title, string type, content as well, string, category, excerpt. So the excerpt is something, for example, when you have a blog, you have long content. However, excerpt means a short content, maybe like 160 character long, maybe like 1 or 2 paragraph long content, which can be displayed in the blog cards, also can be used as a meta description. So we can auto generate the excerpt based on the content. We just grab the first couple of paragraphs, couple of words, and then use that as an excerpt, right? Image URL, again we're saving only the URL as a string. Published also we're gonna add here. It will be a boolean type, true or false, and the default value we give it to true. So by default all the blogs will be published, but maybe we will allow later as an for admin to unpublish, so we add this field. And then slug is also quite important for SEO blog, so we're going to auto generate the slug based on the blog title. All right, so type string, it's a required field because each blog will have the unique slug. For example, if the blog title is something like AI and tech, if this is the title, then the slug will look something like this. Okay, all lowercase, white spaces are replaced with the dash and so on. So slug required true lowercase. We also make it all lowercase and must be unique. Beautiful. All right, so we got the blog schema. These blocks have to be searchable later. We're going to implement text-based search. So if anyone trying to find a blog, let's say they enter some keyword for searching, for example AI, so in that case we're going to look if we have any categories with the name of AI or any blog title that contains this word, or maybe content that has this word. All right, so wherever that is, we want to find that blog. For that, we're going to index them. So let's say blog schema dot index. Actually, blog schema, let's make it capital to make sense. Okay, blog schema dot index, and we're going to index few fields, so whatever we want. For example, we want the title, content, and category, maybe not excerpt. So blog schema, sorry, blog EMA. All right, so we got this one as well, which will be used for text-based search, which we will implement later. Now we can export this model. So const blog equals to mongoose.models.blog. if we have that, if it is already created, we access that. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and create a new blog model, and then we export default blog. All right, so this is our blog model. Since we're using TypeScript, let's go ahead and create a blog type as well, so that we can use that in multiple different files later. So utils types, and we can add that here. Export interface blog type. So blog, now these are the fields we want. So we want underscore ID, which is automatically created by MongoDB when we save the blog. That will be the type of string. User, now user will be the object, and let's make it optional. And here we're gonna make it parcel, and it will be the user type that we already have here, user type. Okay, that's it for the user object. And then we have the title, content, excerpt. Now excerpt, title, content, excerpt, let's make it optional, even though it's going to be present on each and every blog, but let's keep it optional. Category, you will have, now actually you don't have to make it optional. The reason I had to do it before, because I first created the blocks without this concept, and then later I added. So I had some of the blocks that didn't have the excerpt, that's why I made it optional. But now that we have, we're going to start from scratch now, so we can just leave it like this. So that's fine. Image URL. Now, if you think some blocks will not have the image, I think we made it mandatory to have an image, but you can make it optional if you want to. Just make it optional. Then the slug also, yeah, that can stay. Created at, updated at. Now feel free to change, make them optional. For example, sometimes when we are sending the blog response from the backend, you may not send all the content, right? So all the properties. In that case, some of them you can make them optional, but we'll come back and change if we have to. But at the moment, it just looks good. All right, so that's the blog type for us. Let's go ahead and create a blog action so that we can now start saving the blogs in the database. So here in the actions, let's create a new file, blog.ts. All right, so here first let's mark it as use server file, and then we import db from utils db. We import slugify from this one is from slugify npm package. Looks like we haven't installed that yet. Yeah, that's actually, let me just double check. Package.json. Yeah, we don't have. Okay, let's install that. npm I slugify. All right. Next one, we want that auth take action from actions auth, because we want to make sure we have the logged in user. Import blog type from types blog. Actually, this is from utils types. Now, to generate the excerpt, we need a helper function. So let me create that right away. First thing, generate excerpt equals to. For that, we have to provide the content, because from the content we generate the excerpt. So content we have to give as an argument, which will be the type of string. And here, maximum length, how long you want the excerpt. I want it to be 160 characters, which is the standard length for meta description as well, so that we can also use it to show a short description of the blog in the blog cards, and also we can use this for meta description. All right, and then return. So basically, we want to return. We want to slice the text from the content, blog content, that is this long. Right, so return content dot length greater than max length, so greater than 160 characters. Okay, so if it is longer than 160, and of course it will be more than 160, because the blog content will be quite long. So if it is longer than 160, then we want to slice. So content dot slice, and here we give the argument start from the 0 to 160 characters. Okay, this is the argument to the slice function, plus dot dot dot. So we add some dots. Otherwise, we just grab the content if it is not long enough, but of course it will always be. So this is the one we will see. Okay, so that's what we are returning from this function. Now let's continue and work on the create blog function. So const create blog equals to create blog action. Okay, so we can call that, or maybe just call it db equals to async. So we have to give all the data we need to create the blog. So this data will be a blog type. Okay, so here first we need to make sure we have the logged in user. Const, actually let's start with try cat error, console log the error, and we throw the error. If we have error dot message, we return that. Otherwise we throw with this text internal server error, and let's use any here. Sorry, not here, it should be here. Okay, so try. So what we want to do here, first we want to make sure we have the user. So destructure user from await auth check action. So that will give us the user if we have. So if no user, we're going to throw the error. We can say like you need to be logged in to create a blog. Otherwise, we can go ahead and create the blog. Now, first thing you want to do is get the slug, because we need to auto-generate the slug, right? So for that, we use the slugify function, give the data, which is the title, because based on the title, we create the slug, and that's all. We don't even need this one because we're saving in the database with the lowercase, so we don't have to do that. We have already written that in our blog model. So we get the slug, and then we make sure we have the database connection. So await db, so connect to database, and then we check if the slug already exists. All right, so we have to check that because we don't want duplicates. Const existing blog equals to await blog model dot find one based on the slug. Okay. If existing blog, then we throw this error message, blog with this title already exists. All right. Otherwise, we are ready to save the blog. Now, before we do that, let's also make sure we have the excerpt. We got the slug, but we want the excerpt as well. So const excerpt equals to generate excerpt. To that function, we give the data as an argument, so the content, and this function will return the 160 character long excerpt, which we get here. So we now ready to save the blog. So const blog equals to await blog dot create. So to create a blog, we can use all the data that we are getting, so that all the data will be here. The category, title, content, image, URL, all of them we want. But not just that, we also need to provide some other properties which have to be auto-generated. For example, slug, which we can generate based on the title, so we get that as well. So add the slug, we spread out all the values using 3 dots, okay, and then add slug, add excerpt, which is how we get it, and then the user. This is important because we have to save the user ID in the user property. So that's how we get that. Okay, and that's pretty much it. That's all we need to save the blog. Now we can return, and let's make sure we use JSON parse, JSON stringify blog. Okay, so the newly created blog, we return. All right. So this is how we should be able to create a blog. Export, let's make sure we export. Beautiful. All right, now we can give it a try. We can call this create blog function and see how this works. So let's go to the page where we have, actually it's on the inside app dashboard blog automation page. We got this handle submit. Where is it? Handle submit, right? So here, now instead of console log, we want to save in the database, right? So let's import that server action. Import create blog db from actions blog, and then first let's comment this out. And then here we should have some validation first. So if no category or no title or no content or no image, we'll say please fill in all the fields and return immediately. Even though we have the button disabled, it's good to have that here. All right, and then try catch any error, console log the error, toast.error, fail to create blog post. So here we can call that server action. So const, first of all, we need to provide the data. blog equals to await create blog db, and here we have to provide all the data needed as an argument. Let's also make it async. Alright, so the data we need is category, title, content, and image URL, which will be the value image in this state. What's happening here? Blog type. Alright, so we got this error. That's because of the blog type. So let's go to the utils types, and here, yeah, that's why we have to make them optional. So title, content, excerpt, we're not providing the excerpt because that is auto-generated in the server action, right? So make this optional. Image URL published, this is also optional, and on the database it is saved with the value of true by default. We're not providing this each time we create the blog, so make it optional. Slug also we're not providing, it is auto-generated. Beautiful. Okay, so with that change, yeah, that's fixed. So here we check if we get the blog response. That's good because the blog has been created. So if that happened, we can show the toast notification, blog post created successfully, and then we can reset all the values in the state. So set category to empty, set suggested categories to empty array, set title, suggested titles again set to empty array, set content, set image back to empty string. Beautiful. All right, so let's give it a try and let's see if we are able to save the blog in the database. Let's actually I want to restart the application because since we have just added this schema, Mongo, we created a model and everything, so we should have a restart. Okay, and let's have a look. So let's just get some suggestions. Okay, let's create a blog about food, get some titles. Quick and easy weeknight dinners. Okay, let's try this one. Generate the content. Alright, so we got this beautiful blog created with multiple titles, subtitles, section. We got the list types. Absolutely beautiful. Alright, let's generate the image. Alright, maybe try a different one. Okay, that's better. Submit. Now this is where things get interesting. Let's submit. Blog post created successfully. That was quick. Because since I'm using the local DB, it must have been quicker. So let's have a look. Robot 3D, that's the one I'm using to interact with the MongoDB. And this application, we call it AI Blog Automation Udemy collections. We get the users, we get the blogs. Okay, the very first blog, as you can see here, has been created. So we save the user's ID. Oh, sorry, yeah, that's the user ID. This is the blog's auto-generated ID. We get the title, content, category, excerpt is there, image URL, published, slug, the URL friendly slug. Beautiful. Okay, I just noticed this thing. You see, notice the colon. Now this has created some problem. So what you can do, you want to avoid that. All right. So what you want to do is let's go to actions blog, and here on this slug we have created using Slugify. So we can pass additional properties here. So lower true, even though we don't need to do this, let's add that. And another one is strict true. So with that, we will make sure there are no colons like this, right? Let me also edit, you can do that as well. Slug, so let's just remove that. I think that will create issues. Okay, that's great. So we have been able to generate the blocks. That's awesome. Let's try one more time. Let's try this time. I want to try, let's say, money. All right, so let's use a custom category. Okay, unlock financial freedom, the ultimate guide to investing for beginners. All right, get some content for that title. Okay, it takes a while to get the content. Beautiful. All right. Yeah, so things like this, I think it shouldn't happen because we got the structured HTML, but for the preview, I think this is only for the preview. But anyways, we can just backspace and just get rid of that. Understanding. Okay, so understanding why investing. Okay, this one. All right, so this spacing is maybe we could even use a different editor to avoid that issue, but we'll see how this works out in the when we render this, right? Mutual funds, what is that? All right, so yeah, it doesn't matter. We'll see how this works. Let's leave it like this. Actually, we will be able to see how this renders, and we'll see. Okay, beautiful. Submit the blog. Okay, it is there. Refresh. We got that. Awesome. So we got 2 blocks. That's great. Now let's focus on fetching those blocks and displaying on the home page. All right, so we are able to create the blog, set the blog in the database. So the next thing we want to do is fetch the blocks from the database. So let's go ahead and create some actions that will allow us to get the blocks, get the particular blog based on we can fetch based on slug, based on ID, and then we will also create another action to update as well, because once they create, if they want to make some changes or maybe make some update later, we will allow them to do that. So we do that for the user, and then we can also fetch the blocks and display on the home page. So go to actions, blog, and then here let's write some actions. For example, the first one, let's see how we can get the blog from the database, single blog. Export const. So if you remember, each blog get a unique ID when they saved in the MongoDB, so we can find the blogs based on the ID from the database, right? So export const get blogs by ID equals to async. So the ID will be the type of string, and then here we try catch error, console log error, and we can throw the error message. So here what you want to do is first we connect to database await db, then we find the blog. So const blog equals to await blog model dot find by id. And when we find the blog by id, we want to populate certain fields, because by default only the user's id is saved on the blog. Now id itself is not useful to display to the user, so what we want to do is we want to populate the user information. So this is what you do. So to populate, you just have to give the property name user. However, we don't want to fetch everything about the user, because user has a lot of properties about password and so on, so we can be specific. So what we want is just name and email. This will also include the id by default. Okay, so underscore id of the user will also be included. So if there's no blog, we throw the error message, otherwise we return this blog. So that's for getting the blogs from the database based on the id. All right, so next one, let's see how we can update the blog, because the create and update both can be done on the same page here to simplify the process, right? So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to so we allow the user to create the blog here on the blog automation page, and on the same page we allow them to edit as well, right? So on the edit, we can put this value in the query, a URL query. For example, let's say id equals to the blog id. That's how we're going to allow the user. So if there is id in the URL, we will make a request to backend, use this function to load that blog, populate all the values here in the form, and then we just allow him to update. Okay, so that will be really simple and effective method of creating and updating. Okay, so this way this function will allow us to get the blog based on the id, and this function will allow us to update. So export const update blog db equals to async, and this one requires id, and then we need the data, whatever update, the updated blog, which will be the blog type. So here we try catch any error. So here what we want to do is first we connect to database, and then we wait for we find the blog to update. So blog, actually before we do this, we need to make sure that we have the logged in user to update the blog, right? So we don't want anyone to be able to update. All right, so to check if we have the logged in user, we can call that server action. So const, we can destructure user with auth check action. All right, so that will give us the user and logged in status, so we can just check that. And if there's no user, we throw the error message. By the way, this is not enough, because logged in user must be logged in, but also must be the owner of the blog, which means when we create the blog, the is blog have the user ID, so that user ID must match this logged in user's ID. All right, so we'll come back to this later, because later we have to add authorization. So admin can do certain things, logged in user can do certain things. So we'll come back to that. We create a middleware, something like this, and that will simplify the process. But for now, let's just continue with this. So here, let's generate excerpt, because if the blog has been updated, maybe the content has changed, so we need to update. Generate excerpt. So const excerpt equals to, we call this function and provide the data. And then finally we can just blog equals to await, use the blog model and use this function find by id and update. All right, so this function requires the argument id. That way we can find the blog based on the id, and this id is coming from the argument, so that's fine. Second is the data. So whatever data has been changed, the updated blog, we provide that here. So here we can use set on this one, set the properties, and when we do that, we spread out everything that we have received in the data using the 3-dot spread operator. So the data, you see the blog type data has all the properties. For example, the blog title, categories, content, featured image, the image URL, everything is there. All right, so we spread out, so we use all of that, whatever we're getting, but we also need to update the excerpt based on the updated content. So excerpt, we add that, and then slug. Sometimes the title might have changed as well, so we want to, now this is optional. If you don't want to change the slug, you want to keep it same when it was first created all the time, then you can skip this slug part. But I think it's good to update because sometimes if the title has changed and then the old slug may not make much sense. All right, so let's do this. Slugify. We give data.title, so we create the slug based on the title and then pass this optional arguments, lowercase true, strict true. All right, so you see, to this function we provided ID, we provided the updated blog data that we want to update, and then third argument also we can provide here, that's new true. The reason we do this is when unless you do this one, you don't get this updated data in this variable. So make sure to return the updated data from the database to the client that you want to use this, and then that's it. So you can return JSON parse stringify blog. Now you can do one more thing here. You can use .lean. That will make the response a little bit faster, because the lean will avoid some the metadata, so the response will be a bit small. So you can use lean if you want. And that's it. So this is our update blog. Now using these two functions to get the blog and update blog, we can implement update on this page. Now let's move on to the client side and implement update. So we go to blog automation page. All right, so here first we have to check, so how we're going to use the same blog automation page here that we created for creating the blog. I want to be able to use the same page, same components, all these forms that we have here, so everything, but for update as well. For that, first of all, we have to know when it is being used for create or update. So what you want to do is if the URL is blog automation, that is for creating. But if there is some ID, for example, something like this, if it is something like that, then we want to update. All right. So how we're going to get that ID is later in the user dashboard. Here we can show all the list of all the blogs here, and when they click, we're going to take that URL, so the blog ID, and then just push that here. So blog automation, and then blog automation, and so what's happening here? So the blog automation, and it will have the URL search params here, ID. Okay, so maybe we could have done that first. Maybe we could have fetched all the blogs and just put on the dashboard, but that's a fun part. So I said that fun part for a little bit later. Let's do this. This is once we do this, it's so much easier, because we got everything done. Create, update, all done. Then we just fetch the blogs, display on the dashboard, display on the home page, and we'll just move on to that section. All right, so let's work on this one. So we will have something like that. If we have something like that, then we going to fetch the blog from the database based on this ID. So we grab this search params from the URL, make a request using use effect and pre-populate all the values that we get of the blog, or we populate the form. All right, so here first of all, let me make sure we have the use search params. We don't have, that's from next navigation. Okay, we don't have like this. Let's import use search params from next navigation. All right, and then actually let's also import use router and use search params. And then here const router equals to use router, const search params equals to use search params, and we want to get the ID from the params. So const ID equals to search params dot get. So we're going to use the dot get function to get the value of this key. In our case, that's called ID. All right, if you call something different, you would do it differently, but we called it ID, which means yeah, it has to be ID here. All right, so that way we can access the ID, and then now we can write use effect, and here we can take, if we have the ID in the URL, then we want to implement update. Okay, so if there's ID, so we can write that here. First of all, let's make sure we have use effect. If we have ID, then I'm going to create another function here. All right, so let's call that function. I can write that here. I can just put inside. Maybe just put inside. Simplify. Get blog by ID db. Actually, this is a server action we have already created. So let's make sure we import this one. Actions blog. Get blog by ID db. Let me just double check. Get blogs. It should be blog, not blog. Sorry, let's fix that. Get blog by ID, and maybe also add db, because that's what we've been doing. Okay, so with that change, let's copy import this. Get blog by ID db. All right, and we can call this here get blog by ID db. That will that we have to pass the ID, so we have to pass the ID, and then you could use try catch. We can use then as well. So especially here it's useful because we can make it async inside use effect. So let's use then. So then we get the blog, and then we can use this, handle this in the arrow function. So if we got, then we want to populate the state with that blog data, right? So we set the category, title, blog content, image URL. Beautiful. All right. So now the next function we need to write is for update, but first of all, let's have a look how this works. So if you come here, of course we don't see anything. That's because we need the ID. ID equals to, I'm not sure if this is a valid ID. Maybe not. So let's go ahead, have a look into the database. You can go and have a look into your database and just grab one of the blocks ID manually. Of course, you don't have to do it later, but we haven't implemented the blocks list in the dashboard, so we just have to manually get this one for now. So grab the blog ID from the blocks collection. All right, and then let's try that. And boom, you see we got this blog and all its data has been pre-populated in the database. So we got the category, title, content, image. How good is that? Now all you have to do is make some changes and hit submit, and that will update this blog in the database. So that means we have to this button, when we click, it is currently executing the this function handle submit. Now we have to, or we can make it dynamic, this function. Instead of creating another function, we can make it dynamic. So if there's ID in the search params, we update, otherwise we create. All right, let's make that change here. So let's update this handle submit function. So if there is the ID in the URL, then we're gonna make update request, otherwise we make a create request. So first of all, we got that, that's fine. And then what we can do, let's use here set loading name. Let's say instead of submit, let's say saving status true, and then blog. So we inside try, we take here if ID, we do something, otherwise we do something. So if ID, we're going to update, otherwise create. So everything you have here, move that to the else block. All right, so this one, blog, yeah, all of this. Cut, put here. Beautiful. Else. All right, so if ID, we're gonna update, else we create. So create, we just move the code, that's fine. For update, what we can do is we can again do the similar thing. So here const blog equals to await. So we have to get the server action, update blog db. Let's make sure we got that. Update blog db. Await update blog db, and we have to provide the ID, and then we have to provide the data. Right, so the data is category, title, content, and image URL. So here we can check if blog, if the blog hasn't updated, then we can show the notification. Blog post updated successfully, and then you may want to reset all the form fields. So set category to empty string, suggested categories, title, suggested titles, content, and image. All right, and you may also want to redirect. So if you want to do that, redirect back to user dashboard page. That's why we're going to show the list of blogs, or dot push dashboard. All right, so if blog, that is if blog has been updated, else we can say fail to update blog post. All right, that's that. And here in the create stage, so we got that. Here if blog, we show that toast notification. We can also add else here, sorry, toast error, fail to create blog. And here in the catch blog also we can what we can do, let's remove this. So what we can do here is toast dot error, and here we can check if we have the ID, then that means we're trying to update the blog. So fail to update blog post, otherwise fail to create blog post. Okay, so we do that, catch, and then finally set loading name saving status false. Now let's go to the button and make sure we got that saving. So here in the button, we can, so on click class name, disabled, we want to disable if it is loading. If loading name equals saving, and then loading status is true, we want to disable this button. And also the text, instead of submit, we can just keep it submit. What we can do here is we can show the loading spinner as well. Loading dot name equals saving, and loading status is true. If that's the case, we can show the loading icon, loading spinner. Otherwise, we can show a regular icon, submit icon. All right, and then we will still have the text submit. What's happening here? If that's true, we do that. Otherwise, do this. So let me import these two icons that I'm planning to use here. Actually, we already got the load to icon bot, and let's also import the send icon. All right, and we're going to use that here. So if saving, we show the loading, loader to icon, give it a class name of animate spin so that it spins, makes it look like a loading. Otherwise, we show a send icon. We display send icon. Actually, we don't even need this fragment. You can just leave the icon. All right, and that's pretty much it. Now let's see how this works. Now you see submit. Now we have the ID in the route params. That means the user is trying to update. So let's make some change. Healthy eating on a budget in 2025. So let me just make it start budget in 2025. Okay, we make that change. We can change everything else, but let's see how that works. So submit blog post updated. That's very good. Updated. Let's make sure that it has been updated. So here you see it looks like it has been updated. Let me just have a look here. Title. Okay, title. I didn't see the title changed. I see the excerpt has been updated, but heading has been updated as well. Okay, edit title. Why do I see it's old, but there's new? Let me just refresh. Healthy eating on a budget. I still see the old title. Excerpt has been updated. The title hasn't for some reason. Let's go back. So that's sorry, yeah, that's the content of the blog, right? So content has been changed, but not the title. I thought I did here, not the title. So let's do that as well. 2025. And we can even make it H2. We shouldn't have two H. We shouldn't have two H1 for better SEO. So maybe we can update the prompt. So make sure don't include H1, include only H2 and H3, H4, and so on. All right, let's submit. All right, and now this time the title has been updated. Beautiful. Okay, that's great. So we have been able to create as well as update the blog using the same page, same components, which is really incredible. We can change the image as well. Okay, that looks good. Submit. Beautiful. Awesome. So let me quickly go back to my the prompt here. So here, but excluding doc type, HTML body, header, meta sections, meta h1. Okay, awesome. So create and update is all done. Now let's fetch all the blocks and display for the user in his dashboard. So here we want to fetch all the blocks that belongs to this user. All right, and we also want to fetch everybody's blog to display on the home page. So let's go ahead and write these two server actions. All right, so server actions blog, and here let's write a function export const get user blogs db. So here we will also implement pagination, right? So we will need to provide the page, which will be the type of number. So current page by default it will be 1, and then the limit, how many blocks you want to fetch per page. All right, so we try catch an error. First thing we do, connect to database, and then we query the blocks. So blocks equals to await blog model dot find. Now actually we're not going to use this. Let's get rid of that. First we also need to make sure we have the authenticated user. That's because here we're trying to get all the blocks of the currently logged in user. So we get the user. If there is no user, we throw the error message. All right, and then what we need to do here, because we're using pagination, we need to get the blocks, and we also need to know the total count of the blocks that this user has created. So for that we're going to use promise const blocks total blocks equals to, so we're going to use already structuring await promise dot all. So we're going to execute two queries, so we're using promise dot all. All right, so here two of them queries will be here in the array. So the first one will be to find the blog. So blog dot find, we want to find the blog based on the user property. Each blog has the user property and the value we have to provide, which will be the current user's ID. All right, then we can use these properties, these functions select. So we don't want to select the content because content is quite big, and we don't need content because we just want to show the blogs list here. Maybe show the blog image, that's all. We don't need the content here. So content, we can use the excerpt if you want to. We can create a beautiful blog card component, which we can use here for the user dashboard and also on the home page. So don't select the content, sort based on the created date, skip the page. So current page, whatever that is, -1, multiply by limit, how many they want. Then a limit, so based on that, this is for skipping, and this is the limit, how many we want to return. And then we also want to populate the user information, populate user, and let's be selective here. We just want the name and username. Okay, so that's for finding all the blocks of the user, comma, because we are inside array. We also want to know how many the blocks this user has. So for that we can use this blog.count documents, and we want to count the blocks only that belongs to this user. So user with the value of user ID. And you may also want to add published true. By default, all the blocks will be published with the value of true, but later as an admin, if you make it unpublished, then we want to if you want to return only the published one, maybe actually we don't need this one, because this is for the user, right? So user should be able to see all the published, unpublished, whatever, all the blogs. So let's leave it. And that's it. So now we can return the blocks using JSON parse, and then also the total blocks. Beautiful. So this is how we can return all the users blog with pagination. So this is for getting the users blog. Now let's also create another action that is to get everyone's blog, so that we can display on the home page, right? So let's write here export const get all blogs db async. So this will also have the pagination. So page number, limit number, alright. So here what we want to do, pretty much similar to what we did. We make the database connection and then query the database, and now this is not the right way. What you want to do, you want to do exactly how we did here. So you can even grab this, I guess, cut that bit and put that here. So this time we're not going to fetch the user's blog, so it's just everyone's blog, so we can leave it like that. Maybe you just want to add published true, okay, and then everything can stay the same. Populate the user, published, the count documents will be again similar to this one, published true. Beautiful. All right, so that's pretty much it, and now we can return. All right, so this is all we need to return all the blocks with pagination. All right, now next thing we want to do is display the user's blog in the dashboard page, right? So let's work on that. So we go to the dashboard page, and then here let's work on some imports first. So we need to import that server action, get user blogs db from actions. Then we import blog type from types, that's utils types. Then we want the link component from next link, because when they click we take them to the edit page. Yeah. So dashboard page, so here interface, let's say blogs page props. So this is going to be a server rendered, because server rendering it's much easier. We don't need to use effect here. So we define the props, and that would be search params. Search params will have the page with the value of number. All right, so export default async, let's make it async function dashboard page, and here we will be receiving search params, which will be the type of blogs page params. All right, then here const page equals to search params dot page. If we got that, use the ternary. So if we got that, then we're going to use parse int search params dot page. We can say unknown as string, because we can never be sure about the search params dot page. It may not exist, so in that case we just use one, right? Use one string, and we give the value second argument 10 to the parse int. Then limit equals to let's use 3 for now. We don't have too many blocks, but of course you can come back and change it later. And then const, we can destructure blocks, and then total count, we get them from the server action. So with get user blocks from DB, we have to pass the page number and how many we want, so the limit. Total count. Total count does not exist on type blocks. Total count. Let's go to actions blog. Total count. It should be not blocks. Total count. Okay, so total count. Total count. And we use that same here as well. Total count. Total count. And do the same here. All right. Now, if you go, okay, that looks good. All right. So once we have that, we can create a variable total pages, and we can calculate. We can use math ceiling, total count divided by limit, and that will give us the total pages available based on how many we are displaying on each page. We get the total pages. And now we can return, create a div with a class name of medium, margin top 0 on medium, div with a class name of padding 5, and then here we say h1, give it a class name of text 2XL, font bold, and then we say explore the latest blog posts. Create a paragraph with a class name text small, text gray 500, and here we show the total count, total blog posts, total count. Add a line break, and then we can create a div, and here we're going to map through all the blocks and display them. We're going to use create a block card, and we're going to just display them in the card. For now, let's map through. First of all, let's give it a class name grid. We're going to use a grid medium. On medium, screen size grid columns 2. On large, we use grid columns 3. Add a gap of 5, and then here blogs.map. So we map through each blog will be the blog type, and then for each blog we create a div, provide a unique key that can be blog._id, and then here we use a link, and then here we show blog.title. So a link requires href, so href we can say, let's use backticks, it will be /blog/blog here. Now what do we want to do? It's the user, so when user click, maybe they want to update, right? So in that case we can say blog/, actually let's have a look. I think that's blog automation. Or you want to take them to the blog preview page, then we're going to use blog/slug, blog slug. But if you want them to be able to update immediately, what you want to do is just use this blog automation dashboard slash blog automation slash, not slash here, with a question mark, id equals to, and you give the id blog dot underscore id. This is for the update. It will take them directly to the update page. Of course, we can add two buttons, one to view and one to update. Let's just wait for that because we're going to create a nice block card anyways. For now, let's leave it like this, and let me add a bit of animation here. So div class name, I'm going to use transform transition duration 300 on hover, scale to 105 with zoomed in, hover shadow large. All right, something's wrong here. Expected, I think it's missing one parenthesis, closing parenthesis. All right, that's done. So that's this div, and after this div we're gonna add a pagination as well later. For the moment I can just hard code the value. Pagination, class name flex, justify center, margin top 5. All right, let's go to the dashboard, and you see we got 2 blocks. Beautiful. The user has 2 blocks. We will have the pagination later. If they click, we take them to the edit blog page directly. Beautiful. And if they want to create, they can just create another one. Let's add another one, maybe actually 2 more, so that we have few blocks here. So do that, and then we'll work on the block card next. All right, so I created a few posts. We should have total 4 posts now. So we see 3 at the moment. And if you try pagination, hard code it now, page equals to, if you give 2, you'll see the last one here. Beautiful. All right, so we're going to continue working on the block card page and also the pagination. All right, so we are displaying the blocks here. Now we want them to look nice. So we're going to use create a block card, and we're going to use that in the home page as well to display all the blocks. All right, so before we even do that, let's actually let's go to next config, because here we will be displaying the image on the block card, and to display the image it's coming from Unsplash, right? So it will have the domain name of Unsplash as a source. So in that case, what we need to do is we need to configure here in the next config so that Next.js can optimize those remote hosted images. All right, so here what you want to do is use images remote patterns, and in this array, so we're gonna say protocol will be HTTPS, and the domain, now domain will be, let's change that to images.unsplash.com. that's where the images will be coming from. Sorry, it's not domain, it's called host name. All right, so make this change, maybe even restart the application. Sometimes you need to do that. And then now let's focus on creating the block card. All right, so here in the components, create a new folder called blog, and inside here we create a new file, and we call it block card, blog card.tsx. So first thing, let's create a basic component, block card. Actually, let's rename this so that we have this consistency, all lowercase, rename blog card. All right, so here you import image from next image. Oh, sorry, it's not destructured, it's just image and then we import some icons we need. So we need clock icon, so to show when it was created, user icon, who created it from Lucid React, and then we're going to use these card components from setCM, card content, card header, card title from slash components UI card. Then also we need to import the type, blog type from utils. All right, and then so this component will be receiving the blog as props. All right, so we can create an interface blog card props. The blog will be the type of blog card props. All right, and then so here basically we want to render the blog. Now let me actually just import this here in the dashboard. So what we have here, we're mapping through all of them. We map through all of them, and then we show. Let's import blog card, right? And then instead of link, we can leave the link. Instead of title, we show blog card, and we pass the blog as props, right? Now if you come here, have a look. Looks like it's not running. Let's run. Now you see we got the blog card, so let's continue working on that one. So blog card here, let's start with the card. We want to display the card, everything inside the card. So let's start with the class name for this one. So it's going to take width full, maximum width 2XL. So if the screen size is massive, we don't want it to just go straight all the way, you know. So MX auto, and then here card header, and inside header here we want to display the blog. All right, so let's create a div so that the image fits inside this div. So give the class name width full, height, so let's give it height of 40, height 40, relative overflow hidden, rounded medium. All right, and then here first we check if we have image URL, then we want to show the image. Otherwise we can show the placeholder image. Actually we will always have the image is a required field, so let's just do that. So image URL and image. So the image requires source, so that's blog dot image URL. Alternate text we can give blog title, layout fill within this div, and object fit cover. All right, let's have a look. And beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So we got a beautiful looking card here. All right, let's continue here. Let's show the rest of the information. So after the blog image, after the header, we write card content. All right, so here in the content we create a div. Here we want to show the content. So content might be too long. I think we have the excerpt. Let me just double check. Don't have the excerpt. You know what, we're gonna use let's just leave as a content, but we're gonna use excerpt. The concept is when we save the blog, we save short excerpt of the blog, you know, first maybe like 160 characters. That can be used as a meta description and also can be used to display on the card like that. All right, so we'll come back to that. We have to make some changes in the models, but for now let's just continue. So here we want let's begin with the title first. So card header, actually no, let's wait for the content. Let's use card title, and let's actually move this. This should still be inside the header. So after the image, we put card title, give it a class name of text large, line clamp 1. Actually, we can use this class name to shorten the text. Line clamp means it just shows one line. It's a Tailwind utility class, really helpful. Margin top 2, and then blog title. We show the blog title. If you don't have, for whatever reason, it's just for safety, we say blog title. All right, so that's blog title. Let's also show the category. All right, so class name text small, text muted, foreground, so it will have that faded effect, line clamp 1. All right, so if the category is too long, we don't want to just take it, we don't want it to take multiple lines. And then we check if we have block category, we do that, otherwise we just hard code the value. All right, so image, title, and category in the header, and in the content. So here we can say class name text small, margin bottom 4, line clamp, maybe we use 3, so we can show the description up to 3 lines long. And then here we show, now this will be HTML content, so we have to display it like that. Blog content. If you have the blog content, then I want to use div. Here we will say dangerously set inner HTML and provide the value that will be blog.content. All right, let's have a look. So we got the category title, looks pretty good. Where is the content? Content is not here. Maybe we haven't seen the content. Oh, I remember. That's because we were planning to use excerpt, but let's change that and we'll fix that later. Okay, so we go to actions blog, get user blog. You see, we have deselect the content. Let's just comment that out. We'll fix that later. And now you see we got the content. Awesome. And now next, let's also show when it was created and who created. All right, so blog card content. After that div, we create another div, and then this one give it a class name space y2, and what I want to do is I want to create another component here, just a small component right below. I'm going to call it info item. Okay, let me just write that here. Const info item. All right, so this function, this component will basically take some arguments and display them nicely. So it will take the icon, and then it will take text as an argument. All right, and let me just, this for the TypeScript, so icon will type any text with the type string. So here we're gonna display a div. This div will basically show the icon. So class name flex. So what it will do is it will show the icon and the author name, and this one can also be used to display the user when it was created. So user's icon and the username, and next time we can show the clock icon and show the time when it was created. That's how we can reuse this. All right, so flex items center text small. All right, so here we use the icon first. It will be self-closing. Class name, margin right to, height 4, this is for the icon, width 4, height 4, width 4, text muted, foreground, flex shrink 0, and then span. Here we show the text and we give it a class name of line clamp 1. All right, now let's use this class, the component, to show the user whoever created this blog. All right, so icon property we pass with the value of user, that's a user icon from Lucid React, and then text, we show the text. Now text would be the author's name, right? So that would be blog user name or author. We can defer the value of author. Now for this one to work, of course you should have used populate function in your server action. You should do populate, otherwise there will be just the ID as the user value. All right, so that's for user information. And if you have a look, you see we already got that component here, icon and the username. Let's also use this to display the date. All right, so info item, this time for the date we use the clock icon, and then for the date we can use the new date, give the blog created date to, what we can do is to local date string. So we can use this function. What we're going to do is first we check blog created at. If we have that, then we show that, otherwise let's just have a date and placeholder value here. All right, and now you see we got the username and when it was created, the date as well. Awesome. Now this looks much better. Now we can use the same card on the home page as well to show the blogs. All right, so next we're going to work on the pagination. So let's go ahead and create a component called blog pagination. So inside components, blog, create a new file, blog pagination.tsx. All right. So here let's import link from next link, import the button as well. So button from components, we import some icons, so right and left icons, for that will be used for pagination. So chevron left and chevron right from Lucid React. All right, and this component will be receiving the props, so interface blog pagination props we call it, and it will be receiving two props. One is the page, that will be the type number, and another one is total pages. Okay, so we need to know what is the current page number and then how many pages we have. So based on that, we're going to generate the pagination links. All right, so here the props we will be receiving page and then total pages, and there will be the type of blog pagination props. And now we can return. So let's remove that, convert this change div to nav, so it's basically a navigation. Give it a class name of flex, justify content, not this one, justify center items, justify center, fixed bottom, let's just leave it like this now for now. Okay? Opacity, I want it to have a kind of a transparency, so opacity 75 and margin bottom 10. All right, so here we're going to create unordered list, give it a class name flex, justify center, items center, space x, bit of a spacing, margin top 5. All right, so inside this UL, so here we check if we have the page greater than 1. This is for next. All right, this is for previous. So if page is greater than 1, then we can show previous button, right? So in that case we use let's use list. So we are inside UL, so use list, give it a class name of I think we don't need a class name for this one. Here inside we use link href. So for the link, let's use backticks here, and we push the page on the URL of the blogs, right? So we add the params page equals to the value page that we got as props. All right, and then bottom. So the variant outline, and then here we can show the left icon. We don't need the size. All right, so that's for displaying left, and for a right arrow we can actually copy this, copy the entire thing, paste here, and here we check if it is smaller than total pages, then we're going to push to the URL, and that would be page plus 1. This should be page minus 1, sorry. So page minus 1 if it is previous, otherwise if it is next, plus 1, and then we change this icon to chevron right. Now if you have a look, you notice we got this next arrow. We got 3 blocks on this page. Let me just go to the dashboard. So you see the URL is clean, there is nothing, no page value, so by default it's the page 1. And if you click here, you notice we have this page params with the value of 2, and this is the last one, so we have the previous one. Okay, and if you reload, that's fine, we're still grabbing that value. So that's how it works. Beautiful. So this is just previous and next, but we can also show the numbers. For that we can just use array. So let's say array dot from, and we're going to create a bunch of numbers here based on length. That would be total pages. All right, so array from here, the first argument, that's the length. All right, second one is the function here, so we can return. So here what we get is we get the value. Let's just use underscore and then index, because that's the only one we need. We need index, and then return. And before we return, let's say const p page equals to index plus 1, and then we return here list, give it a key, unique key, and here we show link href, and that would be we pushing the page equals to the value. here again we can show the button just like we did before, but this time we're gonna show the numbers. So button, and here we saw the P, the page, sorry, not page, we're mapping through each, so each of the array value, right, based on the length is 2, 4, 6, 10, whatever that is. And yeah, so array starts with a 0, that's why we use +1 to show the first one starting from 1 onwards. So button variant, so here we can check, because we have to show the active one as well. If we are on the page 1, then we want to show that as active. So let's do this. So if the page matches this current page, then we're going to use a different variant. All right, so page equals P. If that's the case, we use secondary, otherwise we use ghost. And yeah, that's beautiful. So we got the numbers as well. So we currently on page 1, you see it's slightly grayed out, the background, that's active one. And if you go to the page 2, you see we got that. Beautiful. Alright, so these block cards, these are for the logged in user, because we're displaying them in the dashboard. So that means when they click, we take them directly to the edit page. See here. But when we display these blocks on the home page, when they click, we're going to take them to the single blog view page. Right? So we have to just display the entire information about the blog, the full content, and so on. And now there's one small issue here. You see, when you click, we take them to edit page. That's here in the page dashboard. We take them to blog automation, and if there's ID, we just update, right? Now the issue is when you are on the edit page and let's say you want to you don't want to continue here, instead you want to go and create a new blog. So in that case, what happens is the ID is gone, but the content will still be here because the page is not reloaded. So if you click here, you see the ID is gone. We're on the blog automation page, however the previous content is still here. All right, so this will be gone only when you reload the page. So one solution is to if we don't have the ID, we can make sure we can empty all the fields. Now that can create some additional issues, like when we're trying to, for example here, if we make it empty, that can create some issues. So the easiest solution here is what we can do here, because we're not using the context as well, global state, to simplify the process. So this little issue, what we can do is we can simply reload the page when they click this navigation link here. All right, so what you can do is go to nav, top nav, and then blog automation. What you can do is just use a regular anchor tag. And now let's have a look here. Okay, so it's just a regular anchor tag now. You don't even need to use button. So we got the button. If you want to use the button, we can do that. So paste that, and here variant outline. Now that looks like a button, and yeah, you see the page reloads. So if you go to the dashboard, you click here, we're on the edit. Now if you click here, it's ready to just create a new blog. Alright, so we are displaying the blogs on the dashboard. Now similar to how we are displaying here, these blogs should be public. Currently this is only for the logged in user, it's in the dashboard. So we can display the blogs on the homepage, or maybe just maybe we create another blog space. The reason for that is homepage you may want to use for something else, maybe make it a nice landing page. So we just put that display blogs in the blogs blog space. We create a new one. So first of all, let's go to navigation, let's add a link for the blogs. Okay, so let me just let's put that right after the logo, right? So link, and then here button, and we say blogs. So link will have the href of blogs, and this button use a variant outline. All right, now we got the blogs link. If you click here, we don't have that page, so let's create one. Blogs, and here create a new page. Alright, so what you want to do here is pretty much the same code we used earlier on the user dashboard. Alright, so use the dashboard page, pretty much everything will be same. Only difference will be we will be calling a different server action to get the blogs. At the moment we're just getting the logged in users blog. Instead we want to get all the blogs. So let's actually copy everything, copy the entire code from dashboard page and go to the apps blogs page and paste it. All right, now at the moment you see we are on the blogs page, looks exactly the same. We got 4 blogs, but we should have more than 4 blogs because these 4 blogs only belongs to this logged in user. All right, so let's see. So first of all, let's create a server action that gives us all the blogs. So we go to actions blog, and then here export const get all blogs db. Now what you might want to do, let's have a look here. So get, actually we already have that, get all blogs. Okay, so we already got that. So pretty much the same as get user blogs. Only difference is we don't have to check for the user, and we're not finding based on the user ID. Instead we just getting all the blogs that are published. Okay, this is the code. So let's actually use this get all blogs db. So that one here, make sure you're in the blog space, import that, and we're gonna just replace this. That's it. All right, change this to, sorry, return. Why we have a return here? It shouldn't be here. Let's make sure, yeah, it shouldn't be here. Remove that. Blog space. So that's for the dashboard, and that's for the blogs. Okay, and now on the blog space we still got only 4. because I just had a look in my database, and yeah, we actually have only 4 blocks. So let's let me log in by another user. So we got only one user at the moment. Let me log in as a new user, create few blocks, and see how this works. Okay, so let me log out and let me log in. All right, so I'm logged in as another user. Let me go ahead. That's yeah, that's a different user. And yeah, let's start with the blog automation. Get some categories. Marketing. Get some titles. Suggestion. Okay, let's pick that. Generate content. Why is it giving us this? I think we have to, this prompt. Let me just go here. Blog automation. Alright, so I had to make some changes on this prompt one more time, but don't worry, I'll make this available in the source code and the PDF as well. So just grab it from there. It's just a basic update. Now I asked this to the ChatGPT itself. So I gave it the old prompt and said it's giving me the junk response, and I pasted the response as well, and it suggests me to use this one, and this one's actually working pretty good. All right, so you can see here, if you want, you can even pause the video and just type it out. Okay, so this bit is here. I can even put it underneath. Okay, so this is all the updated prompt. All right, so with this I've already generated here this one. So let me quickly save this and let's create another one. And this one for marketing, yeah, that looks pretty good. Submit. All right, let's create one more. All right, this one let's create for the travel. Okay. Beautiful. Now you see it's much better. Actually, this is the best. This is what we should be doing from the beginning. There's no issues with code rendering and so on. Perfect. All right, let's get some image. That's for travel. Not bad. Maybe a little different. That looks good. All right, submit. Beautiful. Now we added 2 more blocks. We should have, now here in the dashboard you still see, oh yeah, this is for the logged in user. This is a new user. He created 2 blocks. They are here. Beautiful. Now if you go to the block space, now we got 6 blocks. 2 from this user and 4 from the previous user. Beautiful. All right, now the next thing you want to implement is when they click, you want to take them to the single blog view page, not the edit page, right? Not the edit page. So that is something we have to fix. So here, if we are displaying the blocks in the blog space, then we don't want them to go to the edit page when they click. So that's, I think, is an easy fix. What we can do, go to blog space, okay, right here, and here we just have to change that. So we change that to blogs. We can create another one. We can say blog/blog.slug. So we want to use the slug. Now you see it's already down here when you hover over. So if I click here, you notice Now we are taken to blog slash the slug of the blog. Beautiful. So what we want to do is we want to create a page where we grab this slug from the URL and make a request to our server to find this blog based on that. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the server action first. Actions blog, and then here we write an action to get the single blog. Export const get blog by slug from db equals to async. So here we should be receiving the slug as an argument, which will be the type of string, and then we try catch any error, and here we first await for the database connection and then query the blog. So blog model dot find one, use the find one function. We want to find based on the slug. All right, and then populate the user information. We can pick the fields we want, for example name, username, created at, I think that's enough, dot lean. Okay, this is for, now we can have this just as a safety. If no blog, throw the error, otherwise return JSON parse stringify blog. Beautiful. So now we have to work on the single blog view page. So let's go inside app, let's create another folder, blog. Here we create a new folder. Here we have to grab the dynamic slug, so we have to create a folder like this, open and close the brackets, and then write slug, and then here we create a page.tsx. all right, so here we import get blog by slug from db. We import blog type, and we import actually we don't have this function yet. Maybe we create a component called blog view to display the view, but let's wait for that. Okay, interface blog page props, we will be receiving now this time it's going to be different. This time it's going to be params slug, right? So we have to use promise, and then here we will be receiving the slug, the type of string. Now let's say export async function. Now we also have to make sure that this is a SEO. It's a fully SEO optimized page, because this is the most important page for search engine optimization. Okay, so export async function blog page. Here we will be receiving params, will be the type of blog page props. So here first let's have a look at the slug. So const slug equals to await param, so we have to use await now. This is a new thing in the latest version of Next.js. And then const blog equals to await, we can simply call that server action, pass the slug as an argument, and we should have a blog here. All right, so let me just quickly have a look first. Return div, I'll come back to this one for styling. Let's quickly have a look what we get here. JSON stringify blog, let's have a look at it. The default export is not a React component. Export are for default. And you see we got let's use this value null spacing 2, and you see we got this beautiful blog here. Okay, so we got all the properties, we can display them nicely. Maybe we create a separate component for this one, for the blog view, and because it has to be SEO, this page, maybe we will also have to take care of the metadata. So we have the proper HTML meta title, meta description. We just grab a bit of the past 160 characters from the content and make it SEO as well. And this will change. For example, this is the title, budget travel. If you go to marketing on a budget, you see it's a dynamic page. Beautiful. So first of all, let me actually move this to the blogs folder instead of creating a new folder here, because with the page, this breadcrumbs here, if they click here, the single blog doesn't exist. So let's quickly fix that. So instead of creating a new folder, I'm just going to drag this slug folder inside blogs, and I can delete this. Now what happens is, let's actually go to the blogs page, and then here change that to add s, okay, blogs. Now blogs, we click here, we are on the right directory here. This is the single view, and then they can go back here. Okay, now before I create a blog view component to display it nicely, I want to work on the metadata. So that's important for SEO. So if I view page here, at the moment you will see this is the head section on top. So we got the meta description generated by create next app. So we just have the default one. We don't have our own meta title, which should be here. The blog title should be here. Blog content should be here. That should be dynamic for each different blog, because it's a dynamic slug page. All right. So what you want to do, and you also have to make sure that you remove all these tags. All right. So h2, h1, paragraph, these things have to be removed as well. So we're going to use some regex for that. So here, where is it? Blog slug page. So here, let me create a helper function that will help me remove all these tags. Okay, strip HTML. So here, function, let's call it strip HTML and truncate. Okay, because any white space, any new lines, we want to truncate that as well. So here it will be receiving the text, which will be the type of string. We will be giving the blog content here as an argument, and max length number. So how long content you want. For meta description, we want maybe like 160 characters. All right. So first of all, remove HTML tags, then remove line breaks and extra white spaces, and then truncate the text if necessary. Just strip. So these arguments, this type of string. not arrow function. That's a number. Yeah, we have to return something here. So first, now this we have to write a lot of regex here, so maybe it's a good idea to grab this code from the source code as well, all right, or the PDF, whichever you like. So to remove the HTML tags, we're going to use this strip text equals to text that we get. We're going to use the replace function, and we just use this regular expression, okay, and we replace with nothing. You see, it's a string with not even space. Okay, so that's the regex for removing HTML tags. And then to remove the line breaks, we can use this again, clean text. So once the text has been they have been removed, HTML has been removed, this text again we can apply a replace function. Again, we use the regular expression here to remove the white space globally. So regular expression, you see both of them are written inside this backslash, forward slash, you see, even here. Okay, and G means globally, so just look up at all the text and just perform this. So this will remove the white space, this will remove all the characters like that, and then trim. Okay, so to remove any spaces, and then we can return the truncated text. So return cleaned text dot length. Now if that is greater than max length, which should always be, because the blog content is usually much bigger, so we should have more than 160 characters, obviously. So if that is the case, then we use cleaned text. We just want to grab the 160 characters. All right, clean text dot substring. So we're going to use the substring function and provide the argument starting from 0 to max length. So if we say 160 characters, then that's how much it will be. All right, and dot dot dot, we can just add that. Otherwise, now if the main content wasn't even long enough, then we don't have to do that. So we just use clean text. All right, so that's the helper function. And now we can use that. Now, because it's a dynamic slug page, we can use a function. Actually, we have to export async function generate metadata. So this is the function we have to use. It's specific to Next.js params, and it will be the type of blog page props. All right, so here you're gonna get slug from await params. We're gonna get the blog equals to. Now you may notice that we have made this server action to get the blog here, and if we have to do it here separately, actually we have to do it, but Next.js will optimize behind the scenes, so don't worry about making multiple requests. All right, so await get blog by slug from db, pass the slug as an argument, and then here we want to know the image URL as well for metadata. So image URL equals to, we can say blog. If the blog have image URL, use that. Otherwise, maybe just use some default image if we have any. Pretty much all the blogs, they will have the image, but you can always use a default one. For example, public, let's just use logo, right? So images logo.png. All right. So next one is description. So we want a short description. So const short description equals to, for that we have this helper function strip HTML trunket. So we give two arguments. First one is the text, which is a block content, and second one is the length. We want 160 characters. That's for meta description. Then we can also define the image width and height. Define image dimensions. All right. So const image width equals to, let's say 1200. That's a pretty standard size, and height is 630. That's based on the 16:9 aspect ratio. It's a common one. And then now we can return the metadata. So return title. So that can be block title. Let's remove that auto import. It's a block title. Or actually, block title. We don't need that. Block title dash. I wanna use it title followed by dash category. That's better. So block title and dash, and then we show the block category. Description, that will be a short description here. Next one is open graph. So this is the most important one, because this is the data you will see when you share your blog on social media like Facebook, Twitter. So open graph is really important. Open graph. So here we can provide the title. Again, same. Description, same. Images. Now image is really important. So image, the URL, we give the URL. The width and height also we give the alt as well. So alternative text to explain the image. That can be block title. Blog dot title. Oh, sorry, we don't need that. And type. So the type is image, and let's just hardcode JPEG. That's a JPEG. All right, that's for the image that will appear on the social share, and a few other things we can do. So we got the title, description, type, article, the URL. Now URL, we want to give the current URL. So let's make sure we have. What I want you to do is go to your env file and add domain field, okay, with the value of http localhost 3000. Now of course you will change this in production, so whatever your domain name will be, that will be here. Okay, so do that. So I just added that, and make sure you have the slash. Okay, so make sure you add this to your env file, and then in production, of course, that will be different. Production will have a different env values. So the URL now you can access, that would be process.env.domain / blogs, right? Blogs. Slug. So we got the slug here. Okay, perfect. Okay, so that will be the current URL of this blog. Site name also, it's good to have site name process.env.domain. All right, and one last thing is canonical. All right, so this is not super important, but I found myself it's pretty important. That's because otherwise sometimes your pages don't get indexed because they Google might think it's a duplicate content. All right, so to mention that this content belongs to this blog, nothing else, canonically you can write. For example, if this blog is similar to the other blog, then you can put the other blog's log here as well. So it's basically saying that this blog belongs to which URL, and because these blogs are unique, we're just going to use the current this blog's URL just like here. But if it is something different, you want the SEO credit of certain page to be used here, then you can do that as well here. All right, so this is it. This is pretty good. This is all we need. Now we can quickly have a look here. Of course, we still have to render it nicely, but if you have a look into the page source, now this is for the search engine, right? And now you see we got so much better. Lots of content. Already got the title. We got the category, followed by category tests and description. You see the description? Really nice, 160 character long description. That's beautiful. That's great for SEO. Budget travel hacks, all of that content, beautiful. We got the image. Open graph URL, so that's the same thing. Here's the image. Okay, open graph image, so we got that. That's a very long text. If you want to try, grab that, copy, and try that here. Oh, something happened here. Let me just grab image. I think we don't need to prefix here because it's already coming from the Unsplash API. So let's quickly fix that. So the image is image URL. Yeah, actually that's how it is. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, it's not. There's no localhost prefix. I was just mistaken with the other one. So that is the current URL of this blog. But for the image, you see the image. It's hard to see. Image. Open graph image. You see that is the image all the way to here. Okay, copy that, give it a try. Here we got that. Okay, all right, that's great. We got the SEO optimization with the metadata. Now let's focus on displaying it nicely on the page. All right, so to display the blog here, what you can do is I'm going to create a separate component for that. So instead of this, let me first add some class name here. So container mx auto, padding x, beautiful padding 4, padding y8, medium. On the medium screen, margin top is 0. And then create a div with the class name of flex column. On the medium screen size, flex row, and justify center item start. I want it to start at the left, bit of a gap, 8, and then here we're going to show the main blog content. So create a div with the class name with full, and then here going to use this component blog view and give the blog as an argument. Okay, so let me go ahead and create this component blog view inside components blog new file blog view. All right, let me just import that. And now you see we see the text blog view. All right, just keep working on that blog view. So here, first thing, let's import blog type. Then we're gonna use card component from Satsin. Card content card header. I think that's all we need. Component UI card. And then we import image. Then we import button component. Then we import link. We also use day.js for formatting date. Relative time to be used with day.js. That's all. Looks like we don't have day.js. Let's actually install that. npm I day.js, and I'm also going to install another plugin that will help us generate how long it will take to read the blog. And that's a really nice feature. If you have noticed, it is something in the medium.com as well. So on top of the blog, we can show 2-minute read or 5-minute read, something like that. All right. So reading time. So we're going to use this as well. All right. So let's import that as well. So import reading time from reading time. Beautiful. All right. So let's extend day.js and then interface. So single blog view props. The blog will be a blog type, and then here, so we will be receiving the blog type of blog view props. Const time to read equals to, we can just give the blog content. That's all. Okay, if we can have a look, let's have a look. Okay, so yeah, we have to use text here, or maybe we could use here. Let's leave it here. And you see 4-minute read. Now if I try another blog, yeah, because all of them might show something similar, because we're creating all the blogs with the similar, and this one is 3 minutes. Okay, that's great. All right, let me wait for this. We'll return first card. Here we give it a class name, width full, maximum width maybe 4XL, MX auto, and then here we use card header class name flex column items start padding bottom 2, and then here we saw the blog image. All right, so create a div, give it a class name of width, full height, and let's say 96, relative, overflow hidden, rounded medium, and then here blog image URL. If we have that, we should have that. Each blog should have that. We create a div, sorry, class name relative with full height full, and here we saw the image. Image, we give the source, that will be blog.image URL, alt will be blog title, layout fill, object fit cover, that looks good. After the image we want to show the blog title, so div class name absolute inset 0. Actually we're trying to put the blog title on top of the image. All right, that's what we're trying to do here. That will look really nice. Absolute insert 0, flex, items center, justify center, background black, background opacity 20. Okay, and then we use h1, give it a class name of text white, text 3XL, on the medium text 4XL, font bold, and then text center. And then here blog title, we show the blog title, and let's have a look here. Let's try one of these. Okay, that's beautiful. You see that we got the blog image and we got the text on top. Beautiful. So after the header, we will create a div here. Here we will show all the metadata of the blog. For example, when it was created, the date, the category, author name, all of that. All right. So we'll come back to this one, and then we create the preview, and not preview, blog content. Let's just write here blog meta. So card content here, let me give it a class name of prose, prose strong. This is for our Tailwind typography. Text gray 500, prose head, the heading, sorry, headings, text gray 500, max width none, margin top 12. All right, and then create a div inside, give it a class name of text Lars, leading relaxed, text gray 500, space y6. So here we display the blog content. So we check if we have the blog content, then we create a div. Oh, actually, yeah, that's right. Blog content. No, it'll be the self-closing div, because we're using dangerously set inner HTML, and that is _HTML with the value of blog content. I could use some rich text editor to display the content, but then it will not be SEO. So for that reason, I'm using this. Let's have a look here. All right, you see, we got the content, but yeah, we have to, I think we have to install that plugin for typography. Let's install that. That is npm I at tailwind css/typography. Then we go to next config. The tailwind config, and then here we have to add that plugins. So plugins, we got that existing one. Let's add another one. Require tailwind css typography. All right, so we add that, and now you see it looks much better. Beautiful, really good. Okay, so here we're going to display the meta content, when it was created, who created it, the time, date, time, author name, category, but otherwise it's absolutely beautiful. Let's try another one. Awesome. All right, let's work on the blog metadata here for display. So here, give it a class name, class name of flex wrap justify center gap 4 mx4 my4 small mx10 text small. All right, and then so here later we're going to show the blog like as well. All right, so we'll come back to that. We show time to read. We're going to show word count, how many words are there. This is not really important, but yeah, I'll show you how you can do that. We can use the same plugin for that. Published date, we're going to show that. We're going to show last updated date. It's conditional. If the created and updated is different, you know. Published date, that we're going to show the author name and category. All right, so these are the things we're going to show. So time to read, for that, for everything we're going to use button, and then here we use that plugin time to read, actually that's the variable we created, and then time to read, just a second, time to read, yeah, we already got that with the content, that variable. Yeah, we just have to use dot text. All right, and this one, so I'm gonna use disabled, and then variant outline, class name rounded full. Okay, so pretty much I'm going to use the same button styling. So let me just copy that and use here, and we can show how many words are there using the words as well. Okay, so if you have a look, okay, so we got the 4-minute read, 622 words. Beautiful. 3-minute read, 557 words. Awesome. A published date. So let me just copy paste that button again. So here we're going to use, let's say, published, and then here blog created at, if we have that, then Day.js blog created at from now we can use. That will give us the human readable format. Yeah, let's have a look here, and you see it published 6 days ago, published an hour ago. Beautiful. Now this last updated is optional if you want to do it, because the created date and update will be different if they update it later. So if the blog has been updated, it has the updated at, and that is different, because by default created and updated will be same. All right, so that's how it is saved in the database. But if it is different, that means it has been updated. So if that's true, if updated, and we also need another tag here, blog dot created at does not match the blog dot updated at date. If that is true, then it has been updated. So we can show Day.js blog dot updated at from now. All right, no, so you will not see that unless you have updated. And show the author name here. So let's use the same button styling, and we have to use blog dot author dot actually it's user dot name, or just you can use default value, but I'm pretty sure you will always have that. Yeah, beautiful. And then category, so blog dot category, beautiful. So that's all we need, that's all we want to show as metadata. Okay, so it looks pretty good. Fully AI automated blogs. So for blog application like this, the font is really important now. It's pretty good, it's really easy to read, we get this nice spacing and everything is fine. But if you want to explore some other different fonts, let me show you. I like one, it's called Comic New. Let me show you that. Google font Comic New. So I'll show you how you can use Google font. So if you want to, change the fonts later on, you can easily do that. So this is the one. This is also very nice, easily readable. So it's really easy to use Google Fonts with Next.js as well. So if you go to the layout in the root directory, here you can import from Google. So I'm just going to just comment that out, and I'm going to use import comic NEUE as comic NEUE without the underscore. From next font Google, we're not using these. Just comment that out or remove. And the class name. So class name, we can change that. First of all, let's put a variable comic equals to comic new, and here we say subsets Latin weight 400. Okay, and we can use that here. So body class name comic.class name. So let me remove one. Comic.class name. All right, you see, that's our new font. Looks pretty good. Yeah, it's a nice readable. Beautiful. All right, so let's work on the search form. So far you don't see anything here, even though we have done a lot of work, the backend related. So here, first of all, create a form, and then give it a class name of flex gap 4 items straight. So here we're gonna have the form and the button. All right, so input with the ID of search, value is text, the state on change. We get the event set text event target value, placeholder, we can say source blocks, class name flex1, and auto focus. So when people land on this page, this input will be active automatically. So when you land here, see it's already active, so people can just start typing instead of pointing the finger, clicking right here. It's ready to go. That's really nice. And after that, we use a button. Is this how we want? Yeah, let's see how it works. Okay, so we have a button, type submit, variant, let's use a variant, outline, on click. Since we're using a button, we can just use a on submit, so we don't have to do it here. Okay, so here form on submit, so this way even when they hit enter, it will submit and it'll search. So type variant, class name. For the button we want flex item center, that's fine. We want to disable the button when it's loading, right? So disabled when it's loading, and then we also want to show a different icon when it's loading. So if it is loading, we show that loaded to icon, give it a class name of animate spin so that it spins around. Otherwise we show the search icon. And we also want to make sure we show the text search. So let's use a span here and then say search. Give it a class name of margin left 2. Margin left. Let's see how it looks. It should be margin right. All right, let's see how this looks. Okay, that looks pretty good. It's disabled for now. Okay, actually it's not disabled. It looks like that in the dark mode. In the light mode, looks a bit cleaner. Okay, let's continue using this. All right, beautiful. So we got this. Now at the moment, if you submit, you may get some blocks, but there's no way we can see that unless we're rendering. But let's actually try it. I want to try. So let's first have a look what blocks we have. So we got the travel related, budget, marketing, social media, business, okay, healthy eating. All right, so let's go to search, eating. Looks like something happened here, so we're not seeing the results. So let's actually try to render the results. So after the form, create a div, give it a class name of, let's add a bit of a margin on top, and then here, while it's loading, if it is loading, we can show loading. Otherwise we can show let's leave a div. We show the list of blocks here, but when it's loading, okay, so when it's loading, I want to show the loading text. Otherwise, I want to make sure we have the blocks length greater than 0. All right, so here, first I check blocks dot length is greater than 0. If that's the case, we show. Otherwise, we can show something. So if we have the blocks, we map through that. Otherwise, we show here no blocks found. Try searching for something else. So here, if the blocks length, then this div, let me add some class name here. So class name, I want to show the blocks in kind of a card. So we'll have a border, a bit of padding around, a rounded, large, rounded borders, shadow, small shadow, and on hover, we want to give them a different, make it slightly different. So hover, shadow, medium. So just change the shadow a little bit. Okay, so here we map blocks dot map. So when we map through the block, we get is blog. So here we show each blog in a link component. So when they click the blog titles, they will see all the blog titles as a search result, and if they click, we take them to that blog page. Right. So key would be, we can use blog ID. href we're going to use, so it will be /blogs, and then we use the slug. All right. So here inside link, we create a div, give it a class name border, padding 4. Actually, I made a mistake here. This class name should be here, not here. So let me just cut, put it here, and here instead this should be displayed. We could use flex, but let's use grid columns 1 in smaller screen, medium grid columns 2, large grid columns 3, and a bit of a gap. All right, so here we just want to show the blog headings. So we can say, we can show blog title, and here we can give it a class name of text large, make it large, give it a bold, semi-bold text. All right, let's give it a try. And that's awesome. We already got the blocks here. Beautiful. So eating. So we got Now budget travel hacks, that also contains that word eating. Okay, so it's there. Now let's try something else. Social media marketing on a budget. Oh wow, beautiful. So we can click on any of these and that takes us to the blog space. Beautiful. Alright, next we're going to work on the blog search feature. So here we're gonna add a search link. When they click, we take them to the search page and that's where they can search. Alright, so let's go to the navigation, top nav, and let's add a link here. Let's copy that. So this one will be search. Alright, so we got the search link here. If you click, take them to the search page. So let's work on that. So here in the app, we create a new folder, search, and here we create a new file, page.tsx. Alright, so here, this is going to be a client component. So use client, and then we import React. We need use state hook, use effect, suspense from React. Then we need some hooks, so to grab the params from the URL. So use search params, because when user types something in the search query, we're going to push that to the URL as well. So when the page load happens, that time also it works. That's really nice. Use search params and then use router from next navigation. We're going to import input component from the setCN. We need the button as well. We need label as well. So import label from components UI label. We need some we need a search icon because we're gonna I think this name will have some conflict. So what we can do is we can use we can import as different name. For example, search icon we can import as the search, we can import as search icon from Lucid React. We also need another one. We need loader to icon for loading. So we need to create a server action as well, which we'll do that later. And then we need to import the blog type and link. All right, so export default function. Actually we can do it differently because we have to use suspense. Okay, so let's, because that's a requirement, search component. The reason I say it's a requirement is because when we trying to use the search params hook, Next.js ask us to use suspense. All right, that's why we're doing that. So function search component, and then here basically everything, all the code will be here. All right, and then down here we can export default function search page. Here we're going to return a div with the class name of padding 4, max width 4 XL, mx auto space y4, and then here we use label. Label will say search HTML4 search class name block text large font semi bold. All right, that's the label, and then we use suspense. All right, and inside the suspense we're gonna render the search component. All right, so suspense need fallback. We can show some sort of a loading, loading icon or some text. I'm just going to keep it simple. I'm going to show the paragraph. Let's say loading search params. Okay, so so we can continue working here. Search component can be used as JSX. It's because we are not returning anything. Let's continue here. So we return, for example, let me just write here div search component. Okay, let's just have a look. All right, so we got that. Beautiful. So search, you see that label, and then we got that component here. All right, so we can continue working here. So search component here. Before we actually do anything, let's work on the state. So here first we need to grab the search params. Search params equals to use search params. So whenever we search, we're going to push that query to the URL. All right, so a router const router equals to use router, and then we create some state here. So text, set text, and then the default value we can put if we got some search params, we can use that. So search params dot get, and the query we're gonna call it query, get query. So we have to push the query on the URL, and if it is available, we get that's value. Const blocks. Now once the search is complete, we will be making a server request. We get the blocks array, so we put that the blocks in the state. So that's for storing blocks, and then for keep track of loading, so we can use the loading as well. All right, so first of all, let's use effect. And here we want to run this code whenever search params change. All right, so here const query equals to search params dot get the query if it exists, otherwise it will be empty string, and then we're going to call the server action. Okay, so we'll come back to this one, and we call that server action. Whatever is returned, we put that in this state. Okay, call server action. So we'll come back to that. Let's create another function that will submit, right? Whenever the search is done. So whenever user hit enter into the input field or click on the button, so we have to execute this function. So const handle search equals to async, so form event. So we get the event, that's React form event, and so we use event prevent default, set the loading to true, and we even we want to push the query to the router immediately. So router.push, we don't need this URL, we already on the source page. So all we need to do is push this question mark query equals to the text, okay, whatever users whatever was available there. If not, whatever user types, that will be there. And then set loading to true, and then here we try. So yeah, we're going to call the same server action here. This is when the user types something in, we have to call that. But the reason we have it in use effect is if the page reload happens. If there was something like, let's say, query equals to local business or something, right? So people maybe had some searching done on that business, so they can actually share this URL or reload the page. It will have the content here, because we looking after the query, and if it is there, we are running this use effect as well. So when the page load happens, when the URL is shared, that time also it works, and while they're typing in, searching different queries, that time also it works. So we're going to call the same server action here. All right, call the server action, and then we'll work on this one, because we'll wait for that. Cat error, console log the error, and then finally we can set loading to false. So before I write the input field for source, I actually want to go ahead and create the server action so that we have that part done. All right, so let's go to the actions blog and let's create that here. Export const source blogs db equals to async. We will receive the query. Query will be the type of string, and then we try catch any error. So here we connect to database first, and then we're going to query the blog. So we use blog.find. It's going to be a text-based search we already have. Let me quickly show you the model. The models blog. We have this schema. We have created this the index, title, content, category. So the text that user types, if that is found in the blog title, content, or category, it will be returned. All right. So it's a text-based search query. So using the special property search with the value we provide query, and the blog should be published. Okay, so that's it. And then we select. Yeah, do we need a content? Let's leave it for now. Populate. I think we don't need the user information. Yeah, let's keep it simple. Let's not use the blog card. Let's keep it simple. We just show the blog titles here. All right. So we want to make sure it is sorted based on the created date. So newly created blogs we want to show. So use score meta text score. Okay. So sort by relevance. This is actually this is not based on the created date, but based on the text score. Okay, so based on the query, whichever has more relevance based on the text density, we use that, and then limit to 100. Now that might be too much, but like I said, we're just going to render the blog title, so we're not showing the content or anything. So let's actually select no content, so we keep it simple so the response will be faster. Limit to 100 and then execute. Sorry, this shouldn't be here. All right, and then let's simply return the blogs. All right, so this should work. If not, we will come back and make some changes, but this should work for our search. Now Now we can use that here. So we can import search blogs db from accents blog, and then in the use effect search blogs db, we give the query, and we can use then as well. So then we get the data, set the blogs. Yeah, simple as that. And here again on handle search, we can call that const result equals to await search blogs db, give the argument, and then the response that we get, we set blogs to that response search. Beautiful. Now let's work on this search form. Alright, so congratulations for making it so far. You have built a blog automation platform powered by AI. So all the core features we have already implemented, so we just need to work on the home page, make it look nice, tell users what this application is about. So we created a nice landing page, but otherwise the core functionalities are already here. Now of course you can just add so many features to this. First let's go through what we have done. So we have a list of blogs here with pagination. We got the blog view page, we got the search functionality as well. So we got the user dashboard where they can see the post, they can edit, or they can go and start automating the blogs. All right, so that's a core feature. It's all done. Now there is so much more you can do, and I have actually done it already. So I'm sure you have this PDF downloaded already in the beginning of the course in the very first section. If not, please go ahead and download. You get source code for almost each of the video lectures, you can see here. So we have done all of this. So we have done all the way down to the search functionality, all the way up to here we have done. Now there is more you can do. Now, these are not these are optional, you don't have to do it. You have the core application is already ready, but if you want to add more features, you can implement unlike functionality. And if you have been following me all this time, you already know the way I'm building this application, right? So you can have a look at the source code, and then that's very straightforward. You create server actions, you work on the front end, that's it, right? So I encourage you to implement these features on your own, because that is the best way to learn. You have already built this application so far. Now to add more features, you can just go through these sections and try to implement on your own. I really recommend you to do that. And you can also ask me any questions. If you have any difficulties, just make sure to ask in the comment section. There are more functionalities such as a profile update, where you can allow the user to update their basic information, add some information about themselves. They can update the password, so all of these things. And then we have the admin protected pages as well. So let's go through these. So yeah, profile update, you can create admin protected page. So basically just add this check in the layout inside admin folder, and then you're done. Then you create navigation, then you create a page, and then user dashboard update. So we make some changes here, and then blogs list for admin. So you want to show all the blogs list for the admin, so admin can update the status of the blog, switch from published to unpublished. So all those things for admin, you can implement that. You can update blog restrictions, so only the user who created the blog, so the blog user ID, if that matches the logged in user, then only then he can update. So you can add this additional security in the server actions, publish and unpublish and delete blogs. These actions also you can create and then implement here in the client side. All right, so many features you can do. So like blogs, you can show all the liked blogs by the user in his dashboard, display the liked blogs, forgot password, a functionality you can implement. So for this one, I have taken a unique approach. So instead of sending the user email where they can click to reset the password, this is a new concept, and that is they will open a support ticket. So basically they will ask how to reset the password or whatever issues they got. So you will see the list of tickets in your admin dashboard, so they can create a new ticket. And yeah, so you go ahead, create a ticket model, create the ticket, and then show all the tickets for the admin, right? And then admin will see if some user have forgotten their password, then you can just simply email them with the new password so that they can log in, right? So that's a unique approach of using ticket system. So that you can use that in a different scenarios suitable to your application need. We display the users list as well. Our unique username page, so you can give a unique page for each user based on their unique username. All right, and then finally a landing page, a very good landing page. Now this is so easy, you can actually just copy this code. All right, so let's copy all of this. You can copy it or you just grab from the final source code. So copy that, and let's go ahead and just replace here in the app blog homepage. Let me replace all of that, paste that here, and we have got this beautiful looking landing page here. All right, so let me go through the code first. So we have the hero section on top. We got get started, couple of feature cards. So feature cards section is here. So that's array. We have created the array with these values. You see the arrays here, and then we're just mapping through that and then displaying that features, and then a couple of how it works, and a couple of steps. Call to action, get started, and that's the footer. Pretty straightforward, no added dependencies or anything, and you will be able to have this beautiful landing page as well. So you can try. This is the light mode. It's completely free, get started, and you can just go there. If you're not logged in, you will be asked to log in, right? So hero section, powerful AI features. So all of these are true. So in our application, we have implemented all of these. AI generated images, multiple headings, full blog content, topic suggestions, SEO, custom username, how it works. 1, 2, 3, really straightforward. Okay, so looks really good on dark mode as well. All right, so this is it. Thank you for being part of this course. And yeah, like I said, just don't leave it here. Even though you have a fully automated blogging platform ready, I encourage you to go ahead and implement all of these different features so that you can take your learning skill to the whole new level. Once you start implementing these things on your own, you'll get even next level clarity on your own, and you'll get much better on problem solving and implementing features, building full stack applications, and so on. All right, so thank you, and I'll see you sometime in next course.